What else have I forgot? Keys, wallet. Back door's locked. Everything is locked. Good, good, good. Morning, sir. I've been trying to stay on path and trying to get my life together, and I can't do that if I'm on live. Just can't be done. And I watch all these other live streamers, mate, and their life falls apart. Okay, and that doesn't happen to lorddobby. You know, it just doesn't happen to me, mate. I want to make sure I stay on my path. It's not easy. I'll admit that to you. It's not easy. But I gotta sort my shit out. Yeah? And I'm doing okay. I'm alright. Look. I'm okay. I get up, have shower, I have bacon and eggs on toast for breakfast. I don't stress or... I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. I don't give a fuck no more. I don't care. I used to care. I cared for years and years and years. It's a waste of my fucking time. A waste of my life. A waste of my energy. Just a waste. A waste of, you know. That's the only regret I got, man. That's all. Just the time that I've lost. The opportunity that I've lost. You know? And I fucking planned for it. I planned, you know. I did so much pre-thinking, mate, before I got a backpack on and went overseas like a love-struck idiot, you know. But I took the chance. I'm proud of myself for that, at least. I took the chance, you know. I fucking... Instead of ignoring it, you know, I took the chance. I don't know how to explain it to you. You know what I mean? I got a backpack on, I fucking sold everything, and I thought, fuck it, I'm out of here. Okay? I'm going to try my luck. I'm going to try my best. I don't know what I'm going to or what I don't know. I don't care. I got a couple of grand in my pocket, and I got a month. You know, there's plenty of cheap hotels. I'll just stay there. I had no idea what I was walking into. It was all nicey nice, mate. Trust me. You know, they picked me up from the airport and everything, mate. You know, I went and stayed in some fancy hotel that they all paid for. You know, suddenly I found out the person's really wealthy, family's really wealthy, you know. So, you know, I thought I was walking into something really nice, to be quite honest. Like, you know what I mean? I've finally been blessed. I'd been blessed a little bit because of what happened previously, which wasn't nice. You know, that took me 6 years to get over. And I thought I'd, you know... Yeah, you know what I mean? I thought maybe God had looked down on me, you know, and struck me well. Because it was a really nice presentation. The whole thing was sold really well, you know. It was all really, really nice, charmy. And that's how life... And then it just goes to shit overnight. Overnight. It was like a totally different person. I do not know this person I've woken up to, you know, and I didn't even get to wake up to it, bro. I was still asleep at the fucking hotel, you know, and then I got moved into the spare room. You know, it's okay now, we're married, you know, it's okay. And then as soon as I get there, mate, I'm told, oh no, we can't share the same room. You know, we live in the same, with the parents in the house. So that sets the tone for the entire your entire shit, dude. Because as soon as the parents come to stay, that's it, man. You know, like, you know, you get moved into the spare room, bro. So, it was horrible. You know, I wish I could go back to the time before I signed the book. before I signed, right? Because it was really fun. You know, we were out and about. We were doing shit together. We were bonding together. Everything was really nicey nice, and they're all over you, kissing you and cuddling you and, you know, making you feel really good, you know? Fuck. And then it all goes to shit, dude, as soon as you sign the red book. So I don't know what to tell you, man. But other than that, you know, my life is okay. My life is back to where I was before I met the person. You know, all I've done is lose 8 years and my echo. You know, I've lost echo, you know, which is the only regret, is not being a part of your children's lives. That's the only thing you'll regret, gentlemen. It's the only thing they can take from you that'll actually mean anything in your life, is your kids. You know, once they've taken your children from you, it's like a fucking piece out of your heart, dude. Honestly, it's like you've got to try and forget them, kind of thing. And who wants to forget their children, man? Like, you got to be shitting me, right? But there's a lot of men out there that have no choice. I have no choice. I have to forget Echo. Can you believe that shit? You know, I've got to pretend that I wasn't a father. You know, I've got to forget those memories. Yeah. And they've been haunting me, you know, and it's taken me all this time to even, you know, like even want to come online. I don't want to come online. What the fuck for? What for? You know, what would be the point of that? And, you know, I've had people in, you know, that are close to me saying, rah, fuck what they say, dude. Fuck what they say. Fuck what anyone says. You know, I don't give a flying rat's ass what they fucking, what they think I should do or not do or whatever. Mate, these people will leave you at the drop of a hat. So don't listen to any of them. None of them. They mean fucking nothing, brother. Whatever they fucking tell ya, that's what it fucking means. It means this, okay? Because at the end of the day, your ass is going to be sitting alone on a fucking couch, brother. You're going to be alone. You will be alone. They don't give a flying rat's about you, okay? So no, I need to get back on. I'm trying to find my peace. Yeah? Yeah. Other than that, I don't care. I wake up and I don't care anymore. I don't care. I don't know how to put it into any other words. So I've got to care again. I've got to try and get back onto that, you know. And I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. I'm doing it in my own thing. There are thousands of me out there. I don't want you to be one of them. I don't want you to end up like I am. Okay? That's really weird. Why is there a bag just sitting there, hanging? Maybe someone dropped it or something. I don't know. It's a pretty cool bag. It's a Woolworths bag. That's pretty weird, though. Fucking next thing you know, I'm going to be seeing, you know, little limbs or something, dolls' heads or fucking something pinned to the trees, hanging or whatever. And other than that, I'm okay. I don't know how to tell you, you know, I'm not. I wake up with during the night. I find it hard to sleep. I wake up. I go back to bed. I get up. I go back to bed. I still think of Echo every single fucking day. I think of Kyra, I think of Mia, I think of my children every day. No one has the right to take that from me. Nobody. You can, in the court, they can tell you no contact, whatever. They can give you all of these nasty paperwork. Oh my God, I don't even want to read it. It just upsets me. It just makes me cry. Because after 4 fucking years in court, this is what you dare to say to me? That I'm this, and this? Are you kidding me? You know, so, you know, all of that I've got to get over. Or, you know, just that alone I have nightmares about. I have nightmares about it. Listening to this judge. I fucking dream about that shit, dude. Oh, fuck. You got to cry or laugh, mate, okay? You got to cry or laugh, okay? I fucking dream about that shit. I have nightmares about that shit. The judge with a gavel, right? You'll never have contact with your daughter again. You'll never fucking, you know. Oh, so, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to get over it without their medication, without all their doctors' things they want me to, they recommend that most men do, and then they get you hooked on their meds, mate, or you become an alcoholic, or you take the DRUGS. You end up in all of this, and I don't want to go down that path. So I'd rather remain silent, going through what I need to go through, and at the end of the day, whether it's a month from now, 6 months from now, I can look at you and go, look, we've gone through it now. I'm okay. You know what I mean? Like I'm better. Like I'm not trying to hang on to the past as much, because I'm refusing to let it go. I'm refusing to, man. I'm just refusing. Okay. I will never let Echo go. I'll never, not think about her. That's ridiculous. But other than that, I get up, I go and do a couple of days' work. I've got a job. I've got like a part-time job, I go to the beach. I go for a walk. I'm not really interested in the gym. I don't really want to go exercising at my age when I've been a lazy, so-and-so my whole life. Like ever since I was young, I've never really gone to the gym, I'm fucking working out. It's not really my interest. Where a lot of men, that's where they, and good on yous, that's, but I'm trying, like I watch these people on TikTok, dude, and I don't want to end up like them. That's why I only go on there, because these people are fucking the lowest of the low of the low, all these live streamers. Like they really are doing their, they're losing the plot, bro, like big time, losing the plot, relying on whatever. I'm not relying on anything anymore except myself. I rely on me going to work, getting my couple of days. I've got my rock and roll, I'm on the Seno, and I'm just going along in life. I don't watch many of these silver videos or gold videos or whatever fucking videos they're playing anymore, because it's all bullshit. The whole thing's bullshit. Everything is bullshit. It's all bullshit, just like George Carlin said. Everything we've been... I'm just interested in whatever makes me happy, mate. Just whatever brings me a laugh, whatever brings me a giggle, whatever can bring a bit of joy into my life. That's what I look for. I'm not interested in any more negativity. I've got enough of that already to deal with, bro. The last 8 years have really taught me a lot, and I wish I had known it like 8 years ago. Like, I knew a lot of shit 8 years ago, don't get me wrong. I know I've been through a lot before that, which gave me the safeguards. It safeguarded me, because I would have been a lot more hurt and a lot more financially gone. At least we made her pay something, boys. She didn't get everything for nothing, everything for free, what she wanted. She did have to pay something. She did have to fight for it. She had to spend 4 years in family law court, back and forth, to actually get what she wanted. It wasn't an easy path for her. You had to fight for that shit. Claw and hammer, you had to lie. So many fucking things in court. The court itself is set up against, I don't go through all that right now. But it wasn't an easy trip, yeah? I didn't just give up, yeah? You had to fight for that shit. So, I don't know. I've got to go through the ending of it, boys. And that's what I'm doing now. That's why I don't come online every day. I don't want to share all negative stuff, and I'm not interested in yelling and screaming. I have nothing to scream about. I live in a really nice little apartment. It's just a 1-bedroom, but it's nice and comfy, and I'm safe. And, you know, I don't want to have to stress and worry about getting doxxed and people want to find out where you are. You know how people are, man. Once you start coming on every day, they want to see you do harm. They want to do harm to you. They're not interested in seeing you do well. People are only interested in seeing you go down. And they will fuck up your life, man, in order to do that. They will personally do that, okay, in order to bring harm to your life. So it's just not, you know, sometimes it's just not worth it, bro. I'm sorry, it's just not. I got like 6 subscribers, you know, it's like $30 a month. Hey, sir, enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Little bike rider. You know, I got a little comfy thing going on, yeah? So I just got to stay on my path a bit. That is correct, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. My rent increased by $60 a month, an extra $30 a week, mate. My rent went to, okay? So I'm $360 a week now. But that's just normal. I am not complaining. I would never say a word to my landlord. He's a wonderful, wonderful person. You know, God bless my landlord, mate. God bless my landlord, okay? God bless him and his whole family, bro. Because I'm really happy to have my little 1-bedroom, mate, okay? And I don't have to worry about nothing. I don't have to worry about anything except getting some grocery, getting something to eat, buying a packet of cigarettes. That's becoming... It's become really, really hard for me to do now is get a packet of smokes, mate. And they've all increased double now because of this Iran thing. Everything's increased that way. I haven't looked at my electricity. I've got it all automatically set up so I don't have to stress about it or think about it because I normally worry about that. Well, I don't know, man. I haven't spoken to anybody at all. I don't want to offend anybody or, mate, because they come down on you like 1,000%. Like, you know, the whole, everybody's unhappy with me. Everybody's unhappy with me, man. I'm like the bad person. And, you know, I went down there to visit, as you know. I shared 2 videos while I was down there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. They're all telling me that it's okay, or, you know, a year and a half later, yeah, a year and a bit later, 87 views. Nothing really, man. You know, I wasn't trying to, you know, do any harm to anybody. A simple phone call would have done the job, deleted in 2 seconds. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Everyone's mad at me. Everyone's mad at me. You know. I don't know. It was scary, man. Okay, because like I don't know if you know how I was grown up, but you know, someone telling you that they're going to do a phone call. You know, I'm going to do a medical check on you. Yeah, that doesn't inspire me to call you. Okay, I grew up in America. That shit is a fucking third dime phone call, and you're going to drop a dime on me. Basically, you're going to drop a dime on me, okay? And that to me is block. Just fucking block everybody. Block. And I mean, it's fucking a thing. And I got offended. I got offended. I thought, fuck, you know, I just got offended. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I got offended. I got told to control myself, lad. Control myself, lad. And other comments are, you know, down to that path, you know, using the word lad, L-A-D, you know, by a fucking 12-year-old. By a child. You know? I just left some comments, you know, on a video. And I got told to calm down, lad, you know, it's okay, lad. And I thought, fuck you and your fucking lad. You can all get fucked and fuck all of you cunts. Fucking lad. Who in the fuck do you think you're talking to? I don't give a fuck who you are, how fucking thin you are. Don't you ever fucking talk to me like that again. And that's it for you. You don't get a fucking another... I don't fucking... What the fuck? You fuck that shit. I got called lad. I got told to calm down, lad. I thought, fuck you and your lad. I fucking give a fuck, dude. I grew up on the street, man. I was on the fucking street at age 17 with a fucking bag in my hand. You cunts can get fucked, right? And I've got no diplomacy, fucking none. I don't give a shite, mate. I don't give a shite. It would have been the same attitude if it was in front of me, right? So for my own safety, my own peace of mind, you know, fuck, what do you want me to do? I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything, gentlemen. I didn't say anything, okay? All of this is in my mind. I didn't say anything to anybody, okay? I just thought in my mind, fuck, you know what I mean? Fuck you, right? Who are you fucking talking to, right? You know, I didn't say anything to anybody, okay? Let me declare that. All I did is say it to myself, and that was it for me. You know, I don't need to walk away thinking that I'm a beggar or fucking, you know, all this. Fuck, what the, where, how, what, I got invited, what the fuck? I felt like shit afterwards, man. I really did. So I don't want to do that again. I don't want to go through that again. Thank you very much for the experience. I really appreciate it, but yeah, I won't be doing that again. That's life. That's life. Yeah, your rent goes up every week. They can do it 10%. I don't complain, Braz. I don't complain. If I've missed any of your things, man, I'm not being rude. Any of your questions, I'm not being rude. I'm trying to get through my life. I'm getting through I'm getting through and having to do what I'm doing, man. I'm just happy to wake up and I've got my own place, and you know, I've got peace in my life. I don't have any big, you know, I stay away from drama. I'm not yelling and I haven't done anything like that in fucking 5 years, 6 years or whatever. But it's not interesting to people. It's not what they want to see. They want to see a downfall. That, you know, hundreds of people will join the chat for that. You know, if you're on the DRUGSs and you're sitting at home on the smoker or whatever, you know, it gives them something to, you know. And then they you know, it escalates from there, buddy. It doesn't just calm down from there. It escalates, all right? So from now on, I just come in and there's just 10 people in the chat and I'm safer. I can just download a video and I put it straight into my fucking members thing only. I don't care that there's only a couple hundred views or whatever. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm not what YouTube is interested in. I'm just not. They're not interested in a guy like me. All right? My time is over. Live streaming is over. In Australia, anyway. Not unless you want to do harm to yourself. You know what I mean? Or you want others to do harm for you. Because they will dox you, man. They will find out where you are. Or they'll find out where your family is. So I've got to just be careful, right? I haven't been doing any masks or any artwork or anything. I've just been concentrating on the job. I've got a part-time job, you know. Nothing big. Nothing to brag about. Just a part-time job. It gets me out of the house for a couple of days a week. I'm happy. You know, I'm doing something, okay? I'm actually out and about doing something, so I'm happy. And I can afford my cigarettes. Smokers have gone up expensive, man, okay? They're expensive now. This is my local little area. So I don't have to be afraid of anything, mate. You know, I don't want to have to worry about shit. That's the beach, if you know the area. This is like a surfing area. busy on the weekends and public holidays. Other than that, this is a normal day. Nobody here, brother. Yeah, I miss my workshop too, mate. The workshop is something that I do miss. You know, it was the one big benefit of being there was the workshop. So I was happy to have that. Nowadays, I don't have a workshop. So I'm not, I haven't been doing a lot of masks, man. I've got to get a normal job. Got to get just do that, you know? I haven't made any clowns, mate. I haven't done anything. I think there's 4 masks on eBay that have been there for ages. I haven't really thought about it. Just haven't thought about it. Get back to normal life. Sorry about that. I just want to keep everything still, mate. You know, keep everything still where it's supposed to be still. Yeah? Because, dude, you know what's going on now? They've got inspectors going around now closing fucking premises down. They can walk in and fucking boom, they can close the joint down for 90 days. So, you know how many places are getting closed right now? Yeah, there's a pile of them, mate. Okay, a pile. One of the guys up there it doesn't sell anymore. He's like, no, I don't have any more. No, I don't have. And then he's got these other ones that he was trying to, you know, and it's $18, $20 for a packet of smokes now, bro. There's nothing there today, man. But I miss the garage too, mate. I miss the garage a lot. It was a good workshop. I had a really good setup. I enjoyed my life. You know, just all the rest of it outside the garage, yeah, that was really hard to deal with. That was incredibly hard to deal with, dude. Like, seriously. Oh my God, it was so hard to deal with. The whole thing was hard to deal with. I'm okay, bros. I'm hoping she does, Eric. One day she sees me, you know, when she can make her own decisions. I speak to see my daughters, my eldest daughters. I see them currently, so that's what happens, you know, but it's 15 years, 10 years down the track, and the child looks for you, hopefully on the internet somewhere, and sees my channel. You know, that's what I'm hoping. Yeah. That's all I can do, man, okay? I can't do shit. There's no appeal in the family law court. There's no appeal. Once it's done, it's done. There's no appeal. Doesn't matter how much money you got or whatever. You know, they could be living in another country by now, mate. Okay? So, terrible, man, the amount of planning that all that went into. You know, the amount of planning, man. Wow. It's frightening, man, the amount of planning, okay? So be divorced. Oh, no. Other than that, I don't worry about anything, really. And I only just come down to get a packet of some loaf of bread, mate, and head on home. That was it. That's my big walk for the day. Nice, dude. Okay, man. I suppose the big subject, from a normal man's perspective, is what the heck is going on? What is going on in this world, man? I think there's a bigger picture, man. I really do. And all of them are just evil. Evil, dude. They'll sit behind closed doors planning a whole bunch of shit, dude. That's got nothing to do with me and you, but it does actually have everything to do with me and you. Our whole population, Honestly, we are no different than the people in Iran or the people in any of these brown countries that they bomb right now. There is no difference between us and them. None. Forget your religion, forget all the way they live. I'm just talking as humanity. Normal people, humanity. They're willing to do what they're doing to these people. You got to remember that. They're willing to do it. They're telling their bombers to go and do everything they're doing, and they're destroying everything that they're destroying, killing everybody that they're killing. Okay, and the governments have no problem with it. Okay, they don't have a problem with it, don't you? Can you see my point? Is what they're willing to do. So I don't think anything is going to change. I think we're in for a big problem coming up, and all Trump cares about is the oil. But see, America has more. Apparently, that's what they on their status says, that they've got the most oil of anybody. They pump out twice as much as everybody in the world, so they possess a lot of oil, right? So why are they worried about the Hormuz? They don't receive any oil from Hormuz, but he wants to control Hormuz, because he wants to control the world. They want to take it all over and control all the resources, and only particular people are allowed to get the oil. And they will destroy everything, man. They'll turn it into Gaza, dude. They'll turn these countries into Gaza, mate. Lebanon is already becoming that. I don't know if you've been looking at that at all. But, these people are out there everywhere. Wherever it is, the greater map, the bigger map that Ishmael wants. That's what they're doing now. They're taking over that land. They've got enough gall, mate, to, send messages into Lebanon telling people to evacuate their homes. The area is about to be rah-rah. So, everybody in that area leaves. They go in, take over the land. They're doing exactly what they're doing over there. No difference at all. They're exactly the same game book. I can't believe they have the gall to evacuate another country and then tell them they're going to do this, that and the other, and then all these people leave and they just go in and take over the land. They just go in and take it over, man, build a few fences up, build a settlement and declare it their land now. And it's allowed. There's no other countries out there that are complaining, no other Arab countries, there's no Australia there saying, or England or France or any of these other countries saying, why are you taking over Lebanon, okay? Because of Hezbollah, rah. Well, that doesn't mean you have to take over the land, okay? And now they bomb, mate, come on, man, it's the same game plan. They bomb the hospitals, the medics, they get rid of the doctors, they get rid of the media. It's exactly the same as what they were doing in GAZA. It's exactly the same game plan. And it's scary to watch over and over and over. Them just do exactly the same thing over and over and over. I was waiting for them to announce they're looking for tunnels in Lebanon, underneath the buildings, That was the next thing I was waiting for them to declare. We're looking for tunnels. We've found tunnels of Hezbollah in Lebanon, underneath the hospital, and, because that's what they go after. They go after the women and the children, and to make it the populace rise up or whatever and blame the government for what they've done. That's what they do, and it doesn't work. Their propaganda stuff doesn't work anymore. People don't believe it anymore, man. I don't believe it. It was just an accident that because they destroyed a hospital in Lebanon the other day. Hundreds and hundreds of people gone, mate. Hundreds of people. Don't you understand? A freaking hospital, and they come straight out and blamed it on, it's HESZ. They cut the ghetto. because my streams always get yellowed, man. My streams get unmonetized and then 18 plus, and so I've got to be careful what I say. The YouTube has changed now. All of their censor stuff has all changed, and their algorithm has changed, and they've got their own Ishmael, Caesar, who watches everything and watches all the things, and if he doesn't like this, that's it. You're done, mate. You're kiboshed. You get blacklisted, bro. I think my streams are safer when I put them into members only. Like I feel they're safer. Like my channel isn't at risk because it's members only. Yeah, so that's another reason I put them into members only, to be honest. And I've learnt, man, from the tickies, that people only love it when they're alive, when they're watching a downward spiral. When they're watching some guy get on the DRUGS's, mate, and, or abusing people, or, you know what I mean? It's all the negative shit, dude. There's a lot of negative. It's all negative, man. That's what people are attracted to. Positive stuff, they're not attracted to it, man. It gets taken down. It gets put down. It gets run down. You're not allowed to say this. You're not allowed to say that. Everybody's perfect. Everybody's perfect, bro. Don't ever comment on it. Especially on these big social media platforms, dude. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, they're all the same, man. This is my local beach. Just walk across the road, obviously. Just walk across the road, and this is my local beach. It's beautiful here, man. Coming out from the Cranbourne's countryside, and then up before that it was the forest. I lived in the trees. So this is just, amazing. Real nice. Real nice, eh? Can't complain, bro. Cannot complain. The lorddobby, bro. At peace in life, man. At peace in life. That's what I've found is more important, man. I do this every couple of days. Just come for the walk and have a look at the beach, man, and go back home again. And I don't care that I've, what the rent is, kind of thing. It's worth it, dude, if you go across to the beach every couple of days. I haven't been fishing yet. I haven't got a fishing pole, and I'm just not motivated to go fishing. I haven't been motivated to do masks in a little while because of the climate that we're in, the economic climate that we're in. So I haven't done any masks because I don't think people have that throwaway, because a mask just sits on the counter, bro. It doesn't really do anything for you, So what do they call that? Throwaway money, not throwaway money, but, money that people don't think about. No. I do my couple of days, mate, I'm happy. I do my couple of days, I've got my Seno. I don't really have any big wants. Maybe I should go to the supermarket while I'm out. Anyway, I'll have a think about it. Yeah, they're coming. There's a map, man. There's a map. This Peace Council. They've divided the world up into 10 parts. From what I've been able to gather, and each one of the world is divided into 10 different parts, and then there is a delegate from each one of the parts that goes into the council or some shit. And that's why he wants Greenland, and he wants Cuba, and he wants Venezuela, because that's all part of the South American or North American Union. That's what it's going to be called. So that's why he's pushing for this particular parts of land. He is, because that's all part of his, all part of his thing, man. All part of his of the North American or South American Union or something it's going to be called, and it's through the peace. That thing that Trump has set up, man, where all those, multi-billionaires have got all the power. They're going to decide, man. But that's in the future. The Board of Peace, that's the one, the Board of Peace. And the members on there. And there's a new map, and Trump is going by this map. He is not going by whatever. He wants to set it up because he's going to be an always member of this council. He's a lifetime member or whatever, if you look into it, right? This peace board. And even if he's voted out of power as president, he still gets to go on there, and he will be able to dictate the world affairs through there. You look it up, man. Like, there's shit going on, dude. It's a really big. They don't care about what happens to the normal person. There is they would not give a shit about it at all. It wouldn't even be in their wording, Brad, of any, they've got an entirely different ballpark that they're going for. So expect Cuba, Venezuela. That's why he invaded it, took it all over. And he thinks that having the charge of the oil is going to make everybody come back to the American dollar. Okay, the SWIFT system. And, all of these other countries, well, except the ones that have been invaded, well, now they're all selling their oil to China. And they're selling it with yuan, or they're selling it with infrastructure deals. We'll come over and build this for you as payment for the oil. And they're building the country or whatever. China are, man. China are. And they're doing it all legally, bro. All legally. Okay? They're setting up their own transfer of gold, their own currency, using yuan. And it's going to take it down a whole different path in the future. They need Iran out of the way because it's part of their union over there, the Arab Union or whatever it is. And that's what it's all got to do with, man. Oil is not scarce. There are billions and trillions of barrels of oil, dude. And if you look into it, it remakes itself, apparently. Wherever it fucking comes from, it remakes itself. So, you know what I mean? It's all bullshit, dude. It's just for control and power. But they will become trillionaires, and all a politician cares about, mate, is legacy. Like every single politician that gets power, they care about legacy. What am I going to, what is my name going to be when I leave office, and how am I going to be able to earn out of it? So, you know what I mean? That's why they end up with the big jobs, man. $500,000 a year, $1 million a year jobs. Yeah. Legacy, bro. And you know how Trumpy is, man. Trumpy's into the legacies, man. He wants buildings. He wants Trump plazas. He wants gambling casinos, hotels. He wants them right on the ocean. And he doesn't care what he has to do to get them. He's going to get them. So that's how he thinks, Kushner's the same. Like that guy's is like, I don't know, pure freaking 666, man. Like he is as up there as they come. The daughter's a high priestess or some shit. So she's up there. From a normal point of view, just a normal guy in the street, I don't have a car, so their gas prices don't mean shit to me. The only thing that'll mean anything is like my groceries will go up, my electricity, my gas will go up, obviously. That's going to skyrocket. Because, my country is so fucking clever that they have no reserves. They have nothing to back them up. There's, and whatever is there is dirty, man. I would hate to own a car right now because they're pumping out 400 million litres or some shit of oil, of gas that's been there, sitting there for years. That's not worth that. That's dirty and old, and you know what I mean? Like, you got to get that shit through your car. So, I expect a lot of breakdowns in the future, but they have no reserves of oil, no reserves of gas. Everything gets sent overseas, mate. Another country earns trillions of dollars in profits, and we pay through the nose. It's ridiculous. It makes me sick and feel ill, mate, to think about it all. You know what I mean? Because we as normal people have no chance. And I mean, here we are, the normal person, right? They tell you to go and buy gold and silver. Gold and silver, maintain your thing. It maintains it, I agree with you, but only if you buy at the bottom. If you buy at the bottom, then that's fine. If you bought gold, years ago at $400 an ounce, then you would be laughing right now. You would be saying to yourself, I made the right decision, right? Even more if you bought it for less. Because, I remember when I was a kid, man, it was fucking like $400 an ounce, $200 an ounce or some shit. It was so, you know what I mean? And now it's like, 5,700, 5,400, whatever, okay, you'd be laughing, right? Because, if you had 50 ounces of fucking gold sitting there, well, you're way in front, right? But if you've bought them at 57 and they've gone down to 54, well, it doesn't matter how much you look at it, you've still lost that amount of paper currency. However long it takes it to go back up again is when you're in front, or you've matched whatever you've paid for the product. So these people paying, $180 for an ounce of silver and $170 for an ounce of silver and, $5,600 for an ounce of gold are fucking idiots. Like, they're absolute fools. Like they've gone in right at the top. Right in the top, man. They've gone in right in with the fever. Like this is going to happen and that's going to happen and whatever. Ain't nothing going to happen. Ain't nothing going to happen. Did anything happen during the Iraq War, Afghanistan War, any of the other friggin' wars? No, nothing happened. Okay, nothing. I thought about that for ages. If it was all, like now, like they're all doing their thing, right? Has these commodities changed at all? Fuck, hell no. They're still manipulated. They're still under paper contracts. They're still getting driven down. It's up, down. It's whatever the fuck they want it to be, man. They're in total and utter control. And when it does slip out of their hands a little bit, they just close the exchange. They just close the exchange, dude. They just close the whole fucking joint down. They just turn the machines off. Okay, we're going to give it 24 hours. Like, that's what they did. When it started to go up, they turned the machine off. They closed the fucking comics down, man. They closed that shit down. We'll just give it 24 hours, boys. The machines are a little bit warm. We just got to let them cool down a little bit. So there's no chance any of this stuff is going to, But hey, I'm happy to see this stuff on, on these sales on Perth Mint, and I'm like, I look at it and go, how ridiculous. How friggin' ridiculous that, we're up to $5,400 for fucking gold for an ounce. And, I looked on the silver coins on Perth Mint, ABC Mint, SJ Bullion. There was a couple that I looked up. I can't remember all of them. But anyway, you couldn't even buy a silver coin. It was $170 for a silver coin and unavailable. No stock. No stock. Come on, man. No stock. So none of it's gone up, man. Okay, the demand for silver, rah, 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 rah. Has it changed anything? All of these contracts, all of these corporations, all of this rubbish videos that we're playing. Has it changed anything at all? No, dude. Because all they got to do is close that shit down or slam a few contracts down. And then everything just remains the same as it was yesterday. You can expect a lot of death for brown people. That's what I see in the future. A lot of destruction, and and then these people, man, are so freaking evil. They call a ceasefire when they're losing or whatever, a ceasefire, and all that is time to rearm. That's all a ceasefire is to these people, USA, Ishmael. The ceasefire doesn't mean ceasefire. It just means time to rearm and get together again, and then just re-bomb again, just restart it again at their pleasure. And then the whole time they're knocking off hospitals, they're knocking off, what was it, 56 people yesterday in GAZA, just alone yesterday. They reckon that Uncle BB's gone. Uncle BB, we're going to miss you, bro. We're going to miss you. But they reckon that he's gone too. He's out of the ballpark. He's been dismissed. You know, he's gone. The brother's gone. You know. No, Joey. No, man. No. Not at all, Joey. Not a fucking thing, mate. Okay, no. No, mate, that was my my outsmart card. Okay? You know, that's why I say to you, man, I seen the flags or whatever, and, you know, they were planning their exit. Well, I was planning fucking mine. Sorry to swearing, but yeah, I was planning mine. Because I knew, man, I knew from all the way back then that was the plan, okay? So from the very first purchase of the very first one, Joey, is the time that I knew that, you know, this is all bullshit. This whole thing is just fake. This whole thing, everything that is going on here now is absolutely fake. Everything. So I marked the card back then, Joey. I marked the card. And, I mean, I was already, you know, in the spare room, brother. It was, you know, the person never came near me. I don't speak English. You know, I only speak my language now. So you're walking around with a fucking shadow in the house, mate, who doesn't want anything to do with you, doesn't say a word to you, unless there's a bill to be paid or the mortgage to be paid. Other than that, I don't speak English. You know, I don't speak your language. I think that's probably one of the worst things to ever happen, man, in a relationship, is that the one person says to you just after a few months, you know, I no longer speak English. I only speak my language. You know, we live in Australia, you know, and they'll lie in court and they'll say, oh no, we only use English at home. We only use English. You know, Echo only uses English at home. They fucking lied, man. They absolutely lied. And then after that, my little one, she's now talking English to Dad and talking Chinese to her mum. Two different, and she, like, I thought incredibly clever, like amazing kid, you know, she can do that, right? But I wasn't then involved in any conversations between her and her mum. It was all kept from me, whatever conversation they had, whatever they laughed at or giggled at or anything like that, I wasn't involved in anymore. Which was really unfair to me as a dad. It was really, really unfair, man, because like they would have a laugh and a giggle about something and I would say, well, what did you say? Nothing. Well, you must have said something. You laugh. Well, what did you say? Nothing. You know, she would just blank me off straight away. Just straight away blank you off. It was a really uncomfortable, but I didn't want to leave Echo, man. You know, the person warned me ages ago, ages and ages, when you leave, you're never going to see Echo again. You know, like they thought they were so fucking clever, bro. I was sitting there watching TV one night, I've told you a few times, and, you know, the person's, like I said, I was watching my bubba on the floor, and I said, I can't wait to take her to school one day, you know, it's going to be great. And she told me, you won't be around when she goes to school. You know, well, like I turned my head to watch TV again, and she said underneath her breath. And, you know, I pretended like I didn't hear anything. But they had it planned for absolutely donkey's years. And so, you know, and if you want any proof of it, or you think I'm lying about whatever, all you got to do is go on Maths. Just go and watch Maths. Just watch the latest season, whatever's, you know, and have a look for yourself. This is the modern woman. There you go. There are 6 or 7 here, and just have a look how they are. And this is how they are. This is their mindset. And man, oh man, oh man, oh man. If you don't feel sorry for these husbands that are on Maths at the moment, I don't know what's wrong with you as a man. Because personally, I just feel fucking so sorry for them that they are stuck with these fucking women that this is how they are. And, you know, the total control that they want over the man. You know, you don't have any choice, man, because they just push you out of the room and close the door. And that is the entitlement that they have. Whereas if they've got a problem with you, you certainly cannot just go into the room and close the door. Okay, she's going to be opening the door. She's going to be like, you know, it's a whole different ball game, right? So no. No. So I plundered a few of them here and there. I plundered a couple here and there. I didn't even think of that. So I was happy that I did. Yeah. I made a good decision back then, boys. I made a good decision. You know, what I did was a good decision compared to where we are now. But I think you need this kind of break on your own, man, after family law court. I think you need this kind of break. You know, just to reset your mind, to reset your whole, you know. Like I really, really do, man. Because that will get you down. The whole process will get you down. Let me just rest for a minute, man. It's getting warm out here today. Anyway, I hope you're all happy, healthy and well, boys. I really do. I hope you're all happy, healthy and well. And they wouldn't care about a couple of coins, Joey. They wouldn't care, man. They're very wealthy. Parents very wealthy. They wouldn't care about that. That's why it didn't matter back then. It didn't matter. You know, she didn't care. The only thing she was cut about, mate, is that money didn't go towards, you know, what they had in mind that it should go to. Daegu shopping, mate. You know, that Daegu shopping. Fucking Daegu shopping, bro. Listen, man, if a Sheila you're ever with, whether you're married to her or not, says to you, you know, I've got a great business idea, yeah, man, don't be fucking investing in that shit, okay? Like, seriously. Yeah, then they're not going to do it for our benefit. They're going to do it for their benefit, okay? They are the ones that are going to benefit from it. And all it'll be is a gigantic siphon out of your life, and it'll siphon everything that you can get. Every dime that you get hold of will go straight to that. No fun, boys. It was fun at the time. I thought it was a great idea. I thought, what a brilliant idea. Well, you know, I could get behind that. We could build a little business, dude. We could have a proper business going on, man. You know, import, export, that kind of shit. You know, because what I had an idea was getting those dried, you know, the seafood that I tasted over in on the Russia border, you know, at that town. You know, I had these ideas of trying to get back over there again, or sending the wife back over there again, and you could package it over there and you send it over here with a sticker imported with our own sticker, because we've got an import license here, and you could put the sticker on it and you could import this stuff to Australia and it would be legal. Because it's absolutely delicious. It really is delicious. And once you tasted it, you couldn't go back. There's no way you could not have or not want more. So I had like ideas, you know, and I thought, well, that's a really good, you know, it's food, man. So all you got to do is get it into a few shops, go down to the market, put it on a few toothpicks, you know, cut a few pieces up, put it on some toothpicks, and people will start sampling it, and that's it, man. Your business will start to go, right? It'll start to crack, right? That's what I envisioned, man. And yeah, that never came, man. That never came. It wasn't for that. It was for a personal bank account. You know, all sales went to the personal bank account. And when I asked about it, it was, oh no, well, when you go to China to visit, you'll have some money to spend. That's the answer to that, man. That was the answer I was given to that. And it just wasn't a suitable answer for a fucking husband. All right? Not for somebody that you're married to. Okay? I'm not a silent partner. Okay? It's, you know, my paper that started it all. I want to know exactly what this and this is, and what is happening with this and this. And there is no excuses to me. It's answer my question or we're going to have a problem, right? Especially because you put a whole lot of trust in these. You put the trust in it, mate, and that's where you go wrong, boys. I can't believe I wasted 8 fucking years trying, you know, with the trust and the love and all. What a waste of my time, you know, a waste. And I had opportunity to meet other people when I was over there, and I didn't. you know, because I met her and, you know what I mean? And I think I'm such an idiot. Like, I really am. You know? Like, it's a waste of 8 years. A waste of an opportunity of being a dad, of being a father, and of being a husband, having a wife and that. Instead of spending 8 years in negative energy, in fighting and all the negative stuff, guys. Come on, man, years and years of it, trying to get me out of the door, trying to, you know what I mean? Forcing me to go, you know, making my life absolutely living hell in order so that I just leave. And then they can claim everything. They can claim it all and say that you left. They're very, very smart, boys, okay? Don't ever think that they're not thinking about it, man. Because they're very clever. They're very clever, mate. Very clever at planning shit, okay? And they put a lot of thought and effort into it, mate. That's the scary part. They'll put all that thought and that effort into the negativity. You know, they don't put any of that thought and energy into the actual relationship. You know, well, how do I make it better? What do I do? Or no, nothing like that, man. They're totally, how do I just screw it up even more than it's already screwed up? You know, what else can I do to it, right? Yeah, don't live through that, boys. You end up, you know, I'm okay now. It's taken me, 2 years now? A year now, 6 months, whatever it's been. I don't know how long since the family law court. Since the case. It's been a little while. But I'm just taking it day by day, man, just finding my path. That's all I can tell you. I'm just finding my path. You know, I wake up and I have a shower, I do my hair, you know, I try and find something that I want to do or whatever. Otherwise, I don't do anything. I just stay at home. Because I don't really have a whole lot of paper to go out and about and do shit, mate. You know what I mean? So I don't really go and do a whole lot. I go and get a loaf of bread and go home. My job is okay. I can't complain about it. It's nothing to brag about. People live like pigs. Like I am stunned at some of the premises that I've seen because I'm just a cleaner. You know, just go in there and clean up or whatever. And people are absolutely just the most horrid of fucking beings, man. Because they must think because they've got someone coming in cleaning that they don't have to do anything. You know, like they're perfectly abled people, man. These are not people that are bedridden or whatever. You know, and their stove and their kitchen and their floors and just disgusting, bro. Just absolutely disgusting. Like some guy, I don't know, he spilt a bit of oil on the floor or whatever, on the kitchen, you know, by the stove. And like they don't wipe it up. So now because he's walked in it, now the oil is all over the kitchen, it's all over. You can, you know, like it just stinks, man. It's just, but hey, I've got 3 hours to kill, 4 hours to kill, so I don't care. You know what I mean? Like I just take my time, dude, I really do. And I just shake my head and I just shake my head. And I think to myself, that's okay, you know, I'll just do 4 hours and just get the hell out of here. It keeps everybody happy, you know, I'm getting a few extra bucks here and there. And it keeps the government off my back, yeah? Yeah, never income of any sort with women are irresponsible. Well, yeah, with other people's money and power they are. They're not irresponsible with their own money and power. But they are with other people's money and power, but they have nothing that they are very in control of their own money and power, bro. I didn't know they had all this money in the bank, man. I had no idea at all. You know, none at all, none. Okay, it was an entirely different world to me, man. I had no idea. So, and then when I found out the paper was over there, and I'm thinking, what am I going to do with it? You know, there's nothing I can do with it, right? So I'd lost that paper. And then I went over to there. Remember, I went for the last trip and there was a whole bunch of paper on top of the fridge. I mean, absolute stacks. And I said, oh, what's this? She said, oh, that's the money from the shopping, you know. But I didn't take any of it. I didn't take a penny, man. I didn't take a single dime of that money on the fridge. So, it's wonderful to see it there or whatever, but it's nothing to do with me. I said to her, it's not in Australia. I can't use it. It's all, are we going to take it back over there? No, this is my bank account. We ever come here, we've got money. And I'm thinking to myself, well, why would I want to work like a fucking dog over there and have, live like shit? And, all the paper wealth is over here. When you come over here, everything for you is set up. You're happy, while I'm still in Australia struggling to pay the freaking mortgage. And I've got you on the phone every 2 or 3 days reminding me, oh, look, the electrical bill is due in 2 weeks. So I said to her, it's 2 weeks from now. Yeah, but I want it paid now. I've just got the message from Gmail, and I want you to go down and pay it now. And this person would call you every second day, man. Like fucking, because that's all she's got to talk to you about. Other than that, she doesn't want to talk to you, bro. You'll be talking to the forehead, man. You see the forehead? Okay, that's what you'll be talking to. I mean, my wife at the time never actually spoke to me at the face like we are now. It was always straight to the forehead. That's the only thing that I ever seen of her. And then, of course, turned the phone around when I wanted to see my bubba. But other than that, it didn't want to talk to me, didn't want to know me, it doesn't care. All it cares about is, have you got this bill paid? And then that's it. Get off the phone. And then doesn't want to fucking talk to you at all. They never cared, man. They don't want to be married, man. They never did. They just wanted all the benefits of it, but not actually the actual marriage part of it. That was being saved for somebody else. That's being saved, brother. That's like in the locked vault, okay? That's like that's why it wasn't happening the way it was. You would normally think things would happen. That's why. They will preserve themselves, bro. They'll be in a relationship with you and preserve themselves for something else. They'll just take that whole thing off the table, man. It just doesn't exist. You're not welcome to any of it, right? It's not a relationship, bro. You're just a housemate. You're a housemate with a little bit of, what do they call it? Once every blue moon you get a little, right? A housemate with benefits. That's basically it. And with benefit, really, not benefits. There's no other benefit. That's it. Just every now and again. That's about it. And that's just to keep you in the loop, just to keep you, a little bit on the drip, yeah. Because you're going to get sick of the life you've got. You get sick of the life you got, brother. You got no love in your life. You got no love, no companionship, no love. And when you're with a woman, you would think that those are the things you would get, right? But in reality, if you don't have any of that, all you have is a housemate. Shit, dude, you got someone you're hanging out with that doesn't even want to speak English. They don't even want to speak English, bro. Fucking, they don't even want to speak your language. It's like F off, bro. Every time you're around the person, it's like F off, right? I don't want to know you. I don't want to talk to you. But I miss my baba. I miss my baba, bro. I miss my echo. I spend time with my oldest daughters. Like I spend time with them. I had a big visit on just a couple of days ago. That was really nice. A couple of hours, hanging out, talking to Dad, talk, which was really cool. But I always get a bit sad because I think I've missed out on. On being their dad, like I missed out on those years, man. Those years were robbed of me, and I've told their mother, man, don't worry about that. There's nothing held back, man. As soon as when I see her, nothing. I fucking tell her, man, you robbed me of my time. You robbed me of the chance of being a dad. Yeah, that's what you've done. Okay. Let's not pretend we're all, everything is everything and we're buddy, okay? We're not buddy, okay? You robbed me. Stretch, I don't know if you're still here or whatever, man. Nowadays, well, it depends what you want in your life, bro. If you want peace in your life, You're not going to get it there. You're not going to get peace, mate, by... Sorry, I forget I'm at home now. 1 minute, I'll set it up. 1 minute. I forget that I'm at home and it doesn't let me... It doesn't like the internet. 1 minute. Okay, I get that. Actually, all I need is something to sitting there. One minute, I'm just trying to work out what I can put up there for the phone to lean against. I just need a jar of some kind. And then I should be able to put the phone down, which should make it easier. I don't know about down with them, man, but just, you got to be real careful. You got to be real careful, man, because a lot of the... You'll end up like me. There's thousands of me, and it's just not worth it. It's not worth all your work or your time, your energy, your love. You're living in hope. You're living in hope when you're with them. You know what I mean? Like, I lived in hope. You know, hope that she's going to be good today. Hope that she's going to be nice today. You know, maybe she'll say something nice to me. You know, maybe my day today is the special day. You know, I'm going to get the gold, right? You know what I mean? Because it's supposed to be mine, right? Marry them, or you move them in with them, and that's your girlfriend. Well, what, now you become a monk? You live like a monk now. You have to beg for it. You got to beg for it, okay? And you got to walk around on eggshells, making sure that they're happy. Because if they're not happy, you're not going to get anything. It gives them a lot of power, mate. A lot of power. Okay, you know, you're better off with some of these other smart blokes that I speak to. Mate, you can get them coming over. They can stay, and then they go home. You got to keep it how I was when I was young. You know, you got your own gaff, you got your own place. Great, they can come over, they can stay a few days, whatever they like, and then they go home. You're not living with them, mate. You're not. It's not all encompassing. Okay, okay, because it's a nightmare to try and make them happy. It's a nightmare. There's nothing that I could do to make her happy. Nothing. They don't like me. They don't like you. They just put up with you. They just put up with you. That's it. That's the best way I can put it with you. They're happy with whatever situation's going on. Okay? They can tell you how happy they are. Happy, happy, happy. You know, a lot of these women are happy, 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 mate, because their husbands are at work every day. Their husbands aren't even in the house. And a lot of these husbands are fly in, fly out. So they're away for 2 weeks at a time. They're away for a month at a time. And that really makes her happy. She's very, very happy then. Okay? You'll have the best marriage, mate, if you're able to fly out. Because that's what they want. You know, if you start hanging around the house every day and start talky every day, that's when she's going to divorce you. She's going to divorce you. She's used to being alone. She's used to having that 2-week break or that 1 month break. And if that ever changes, I can promise you won't be together very long. Okay? So don't think you're all comfortable. It's just a matter of the circumstances at the moment. Suit them or not. If it suits them, they'll play. If it doesn't suit them, they're going to do their best to get rid of you. This one was textbook. Textbook. I mean, a stupid person would have seen it coming. It's just textbook stuff. And I did my best to fight against it, to keep it going. You know, I wanted to be a dad. I wanted to be a husband. I wanted a family. I wanted more children. You know. Yeah, the Disneyland shit doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That's what we were sold, so that we went and got married. That's the dream that we were sold. We were sold that dream, that this is how it's going to be, and you know what I mean. It's not. It isn't, man. It's not. Not a single one of them, man. None of them. Susie was the nicest one. Susie. She was a nice girlfriend. A good girlfriend. Yeah. we had an argument. I was in up another state. Had an argument, sent her back to Melbourne. The next thing it's over. She's moved in with my mate. She's moved in with a mate, dude. Monkey branch, fucking straight over. You're gone for 2 weeks on doing business in another state. You come back and it's monkey branch straight in, mate. But my mate was in love with it. My mate, was promising the world. I'll get you a house. We'll get married. We'll have kids. I didn't want to have kids. I didn't want to have get married. And I wasn't going to be pressured by a woman, because I got pressured by every woman that I was with was to get married. Every single one of them, they wanted to get married, and when are we going to, do you want to have kids? Fuck, mate, as soon as I've got this conversation going on, I'm out. I'm out. I think the man should be the one that brings that up, not the woman. I really do, not the woman. That's just my own personal stuff. They more than like, mate. It's more than that. You can't meet one that doesn't. That's the thing. You can't. Everything they ask you, everything that they fucking say is for a purpose. It's never just for hi, how are ya, rah rah. It's always a motive in the brain, bro. There's always something fucking clicking, mate. And I learnt that through the last one, just through what I've been going through the last one. And then these two women, you walk past them at work, one of them, good morning, miss. The next thing you know, it's in your face fucking screaming with a finger in it. The next 2 days later, it goes and files a report against me. Tries to get me fired. This is how they are. But everything is videotaped, and there's plenty of witnesses, and fucking Uncle Chad didn't do anything. Uncle Chad didn't do it. Uncle Chad just stood there. Because I told the guy, anything I say is regarded as abuse. A woman is allowed to yell at you. She's allowed to scream, holler, punch, kick, whatever she wants. And the minute that I say anything to her, that will be regarded as abuse, because I'm a man. And the guy said, I don't work that way. And I'm the department that decides. He said, and I'm not going to do that at all. He says, I want facts. He says, we've learnt since then. We don't just take the word for it. We need proof, okay? So they go and do their interviews, mate. I didn't do anything wrong. But that's all it takes. It only takes a simple something you said to set them off, and then suddenly you're the worst bloke in the world. And I don't know, I must have said something, and it's completely, and it was overnight. Like, you've signed the book, that's your honeymoon, right? In Western world, that's your honeymoon, right? Mate, you're in the spare room. There is no honeymoon. It doesn't exist. You're sitting in there drinking fucking piss and watching movies, mate. Watching pirate movies. There is nothing. That's it. And when you get up in the morning, it ignores you. It doesn't want... There's no conversation anymore. It's nothing, mate. And try asking it for a coffee. Oh, fuck, mate. It gets so dirty. It gets fucking dirty, bro. But it can't say anything because the parent's sitting there. The mum and dad are sitting there. So it can't argue with you, right? And it's the only time you'll get a coffee made, bro. It's the only time. Because otherwise she'll just tell you no. She'll just ignore you and walk away. Okay? Or she'll tell you she feels like a slave, I feel like a slave, a fucking slave for a coffee, bro. I knew that I was in trouble, man, early. Fucking early, man. Like, seriously, within 2 days of fucking, I knew I was in trouble, man. And they give themselves up, man, when they think they have all the power. When they think they have all the power, they have all the control, that is when they really start giving themselves up. So it didn't take very long, mate. But see, I'm in another country. I can't leave the country for another, until this date. So I've got to play it fucking, right?
So I've got to pretend like I don't understand anything, okay? And all of these people here at the table are all having a good laugh, mate. They're all having a good laugh. They're like, why don't you say this? And you'd say the word and they'd laugh, because it doesn't match their the way they talk, right? They had a good laugh at Uncle Chad, mate. A good fucking laugh at Lord Dobby, mate, there for a good few weeks. But it got me the food, mate. Oh, mate, I ate everything. Oh, fucking boys. I ate fucking everything, mate, on the table. Fucking bring that shit on, bro. You want to take me to this place or that, whatever? Sweet, mate. I ate everything on the table. Because for me, it's delicious. For me, best thing I've eaten in my entire life. For them, it's just normal food. It's just normal. For me, I ate everything, mate. I had a good time. I got up in the morning, had a shower, got my backpack on, and left. Left. I'm not sitting there putting up with this fucking person all day, ignoring me, doesn't want to go anywhere, doesn't want to be seen outside with me, is embarrassed, because I'm old and I'm ugly. So suddenly I'm old and ugly. Yesterday, I want to marry you. Today, you're old and ugly. It doesn't take very long for them to fucking show their colour. Okay? So there was nothing. I spent the entire every day out on my own, every day. And I just waited for the plane. I wanted to go. I wanted to leave. That's it. I didn't want nothing to do with anything. Nothing. You know? It could happen overnight, Damon. That's how you know. I'm serious. That's what'll scare you as a man. That's what'll scare you. And they do all that, man, to keep you off step, so that everything is a surprise, and you're heartbroken. They love that shit. They want you crying and upset, and, like begging them to come back. And they've put months and months and months of thought into this. This is not something that happened today or yesterday. They've been thinking about this for months, okay? They're just planning their exit, mate. How can I acquire? How can I get resources, man? That's what they don't just walk out. They want to be paid. They don't just walk out, mate. It's not like the old days. These days, if they live with you for more than 6 months, unmarried, they can make a claim against you. 6 months, that's all it takes. Okay? You don't have to marry them. And trust me, dude, they all know those laws. They all know the laws, mate. Okay? So, it's the same applies to you. Those same laws apply to you, not just to them. Remember that. Those same laws apply to you. So if they apply to you, mate, then that's what you do. You plan ahead. They're planning ahead. You also do some planning ahead. Yeah? You got to be on your guard, man. Otherwise, you're going to get heartbroken. You're going to get heartbroken because your heart doesn't want to believe it. Your heart doesn't want to understand what's going on. Your mind won't accept what you just brush it off. Whatever that person said to you, you just brush it off. You don't want to believe it. You don't want to. You've got kids. You've got a house. You've got, you know what I mean? You've got a future that you're thinking of. Yeah, you're not in the future. Okay, the future you're thinking of, that doesn't exist. That's in your own head. They've got their own future, bro. Their own plans. Yeah, it doesn't include you. Okay? And that shit can change overnight. Overnight, without any... That same person will go to bed and they've said to you they love you. I love you so much. You're such a good guy, I love you, Charlie. I love you. And I just yelled out, bullshit. You bullshit. Okay, just bullshit. You don't fucking love me at all. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't take much. It only took me that, and then that's it. It storms into the bedroom and wakes up in the morning and demands that you get in your car, and that's it. You just leave. You just take your clothing and your car and go, and because they want everything. Whatever possessions you have, they want it. Okay? Trust me, they want it. And they'll find great pleasure in throwing away anything that they don't want. I swear. They won't have a problem throwing it in the bin or lighting a bonfire. And the reason is, mate, because they have no the brain cell, it has no accountability switch. They're not accountable. So in their mind, they are perfect. Everything that they've said and done, perfect. You are the problem. The man is the problem. Look at maths. Watch the show. Do any of these women have accountability? Any of them. Any of them. Look at the drama. Look at the bullshit that is going on in maths. Look at it. Look at the betrayal. Look at the lies. Look at the backstabbing. Look at how they create drama. Look at the amount of drama that they give to the husband. Look at the amount of shit that they bring into that man's life. And he's just sitting there. All the husbands just sitting there. They're fucking silent, boys. But all of this drama and negative bullshit has now come to their fucking relationship. Now they have to deal with it. There's a perfect example for you. You know, you just be going along in life, you think everything is cool, and they're creating the drama, they're creating the negativity, they're bringing it into the relationship, they're making you now involved in their thing. Just watch maths. It's a perfect friggin' example, man, of what is the current relationship dynamic that's available to you. Because this is what's there. All of them, every single one of them, bro. Like, even the really nice one, the brown-haired one, you think is really cute. Like, look at that. And isn't it amazing they'll show that woman with a G-string on the beach? Oh, they'll show that G-string on with the beach, mate, not a problem. You know, they'll highlight her tush for you. You know, I thought that was disgusting, man. Like, they'll allow that, right? But you're not allowed to say anything about it, you know. You're not allowed to comment on it, right? But even her, she's in there saying how much she loves the husband and how great he is. And you watch her. She was going to break up with him because he couldn't move to Sydney. That's it. Relationship over. Because she's not going to move. You've got to comply with her. She's not going to comply with you at all. She's going to tell you how she needs it up, go up there, her career, everything. Your career doesn't matter. Your life doesn't matter. You have to move up here. And if you don't, then our marriage is over. And that was the best one out of all of them. The one that stayed out of the drama. Didn't really go into it. And even she's fucking, you know, she's going to give it up because he doesn't live, won't move. Won't move state. You know, why won't you come here? No, my life. It's all on their terms, mate. It's everything because they've got the gold. They've got the gold, right? You know, they've got this. So you've got to do what I want if you want this. Yeah? And you watch that guy will end up moving, mate. I think they're broken up. I don't know. I haven't checked up on that after. But have a look at the amount of drama. Like, I was flabbergasted at these husbands having to sit back watching their wives create total mayhem. And when you try and tell them to just slow down, you know, let's just go to bed and relax, they're now wanting to fight you, argue with you and bring it all up to you. And now you've got to spend an hour of your life discussing this absolute rubbish. That's what they bring. They don't bring peace. There was never a peaceful day, was there, in garage arts? It was never peaceful. When the door was closed, it was peaceful. The minute you walked out of the door, you've got dramas and negativity and just absolute, you know, crap to deal with. There is no positivity coming here. It's all negative. Yeah? and it loves walking around in bras and undies and flashing it and walking around, but you're not allowed to touch it. You're not allowed to go near it. Yeah, likes to wash its thing up and hang it all up, but you never get to see any of that. I was looking at these things, man, and thinking I've never seen them ever. And I'm the husband. I'm the, what are you fucking shitting me? So this entire time, this grandma's, that's all I've ever seen. And the entire time you've got all this stashed away. And now you bring it all out because you've gotten rid of the terrible, terrible person in your life. It's like that shit on that Sheila. Now she's going out with the other bloke. She just got rid of the husband. And now she's on the front of Women's Day fucking telling everybody how she loves this new guy, this influencer. It's the same thing. They can monkey branch like not a problem. And they will preserve themselves. They'll preserve themselves with one person and give it all to the neck to that, right? And they'll still look at you telling you how much they love you. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything that they, don't believe it. You'll be fine. Well, you're going to have a lot of single people, right? You watch maths. Just watch it. Just for the social experiment of it. And you will understand why you are having so much problems. Why do these things just come out of nowhere? They invent the shit. They invent the drama. They invent it. And in their mind, it becomes real. So suddenly, because they're based on feelings and emotions, that's what they're based on. They're not based on logic and fact and reality or whatever. They're based on feelings and emotions. So once her feelings change, her emotions change, you're out the door. You're out the door. Okay, now remember, mine was on the medication, mate. Was on the medication, right, for an ailment. I spent 2 years nursing that person, man. 2 years. They were in bed, not allowed to move. Totally bedridden, not allowed to move. So I did everything, man, because there's nothing for it, man. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. That same person will look at you and go, if you ever get sick, I'm going to drop you off to the hospital. Don't ever expect me to take care of you. I remember her telling me that, and I thought, fuck you, I spent 2 years taking care of you. 2 fucking years. Jesus Christ. You were bedridden for 2 years, man. You couldn't move out of the bed. You were on doctor's orders, and I took care of you. And for that, I get told afterwards, if you ever get sick, I would never take care of you. I would just drop you off to the hospital, Yeah, they don't mind letting you know, man, when they've got the power. When they've got the power, they don't mind letting you know, okay? You'll know, trust me. Just like all those other husbands on maths, okay? When they're after the gold, mate, they're really nice because they want to get the gold, right? And then they're in control because you want the gold, you got to do what I want. You want the gold, you got to think how I am. You want the gold, you got to feel and support me, because I'm just so important. You know what I mean? And then later on, they find out they're number 20. They're number 30. They're number 25. They're not like it's had a lot of roasts, mate. You know what I'm saying? It's had a lot of roast. Okay. They're not as special as what they portray. They're more special in the portrayal than what they are. And that's what you find out later on. You don't find that out until later. But you got to be on guard, boys. If not, you're going to end up real hurt, and no one will care. Your friends don't care, whatever. Your family don't want to hear about it. They've heard about it. They don't want to hear about it. No one wants to hear about it. No one wants to watch you. They don't give a shit you're on live stream. They don't care what you frickin' say. You're not going on the spiral down. You're not screaming. You're not yelling. You're not on the DRUGSs. You're not sitting there getting drunk and rah rah. So they don't want to know you. They only want to know you when you're on your way down. Okay? So that's how you'll find in real life the same thing. I've got a real quiet life. Real quiet. Because no one gives a fuck. That's why. I get an occasional phone call. My kids are not not on the list, okay? But other than that, you'll end up on your own. Okay, your phone will never ring. No one gives a shite, mate, unless you've got something that they want, and then they'll call you specifically about that. And once they've found that out, well, they don't even want to talk to you after that. They don't care about whatever else. They had an object to get, and that didn't work out, so they're off they're off. They're gone. That's just how life works, boys. You will end up always alone. You have to get used to being alone. That's the big lesson that I've learnt from the last several years, is being alone. Getting used to being alone. Even though they're in front of you, even though they're, occasionally talking to you, even though they walk past you half naked, it's a mind fuck. It's a mind fuck because you can't talk to it. It doesn't want to know you. You can't say anything to it. It's just a fucking black shadow walking through the house past you everywhere you go. And there's a lot of it out there right now. There's a lot of men living that life right now. It wasn't just me, They're not a fucking genius, mate. They didn't think of this. This is not a first-time thought, mate. The fucking devil has come into the brain and put that into the brain, right? Given them the fucking ideas, mate. Or a girlfriend has come in and told them, and then they've expanded on that. It's not just something that happens overnight, okay? So no, don't anything they say to you, mate. You just for now. When they say to you they love you, put for now. In your mind, for now, because that's exactly what it is. Because when it comes down to it, it's based on feelings and emotions. And as soon as those feelings and emotions change, they will get rid of you. They'll get rid of you. Okay? 80% divorce rate initiated by women, boys. It's not like I'm talking out of me. That's what it is. They want the benefits of men. They want the benefits of men, but not the. I don't know. I don't. I can only speak for myself. I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for all. That's impossible. Did you see that video that blew up from China? There is a chick giving a man in public. Cops came in, took her away. Oh, fuck, he's a lucky cunt. Fuck. Yeah, far out. Lucky bloke. Fucking, never that. Yeah, I didn't have to worry about that. Fuck. Yeah, you'll find that they like to receive, but they don't like to give. Well, but they love to receive, mate. Don't worry about that. But they hate fucking, it's pretty rare, like nowadays, it's that's disgusting, rah, rah. But they'll let you do, not a problem. Not a problem in the world. Have as much as you fucking like of that, but don't ask for the return. It never works. And if it is, you're going to regret it. Like, it'll be a real ordinary experience. Like, it's a fucking horrid experience, brother. No, mate, the only thing you're going to miss, mate, are your kids. You're not going to miss the nagging, the screaming, the complaining, the drama that gets put into your life. You're not going to miss any of that. You're not going to miss the person ignoring you all day, or the person, doesn't want to know you, doesn't talk to you. You're not going to miss any of that. There's no wank photos. You don't have any, like, in your head, you know what I mean? Like, you don't, because that never happened. So you don't have any thoughts of that, because it never existed, mate. It never existed, bro. You fucking cook, you get, I got elbowed, I got hit, I got kicked, I got kneed, you know, and I didn't do anything wrong except try, you know, just grab her around the waist or hold her hand or try and give her a kiss or try and come onto her, because that's supposed to be your other half. Remember that. It's not a chick you've just met down the park. You know, you're supposed to be married to this person, or that's your girlfriend, right? And then they just push you away. You know, you try putting your arm around it, it'll give you an elbow straight into the ribs. You know, yeah, no, horrible experiences, but they're all deliberate. That is so that you are precognitive of next time you try and touch her. You see, she'll give you a good slap or a good fucking elbow, because the next time you feel like you're going to put your arm around her, you think, hang on a minute, I'm going to get a jab in the ribs, so I better not put my arm around her. That's what it does. You know, it makes you pre-think before you even touch the chick. And that's supposed to be your wife or girlfriend. You're not supposed to ask permission, bro. You know, if you want to kiss your girlfriend, you shouldn't have to ask permission to kiss your girlfriend. You should be allowed to just go up and kiss your girlfriend, not ask her permission first. That's supposed to be your wife, but you got to ask permission first. That's not your fucking wife, okay? That is not your girlfriend, okay? You know, don't let them play you like that, mate. You know, mine tried that over and over and over, and there's just no way that I would come to the game. There's just no way. So you just don't go near them anymore. You don't touch them. You don't kiss them. You don't fucking even try. And that's exactly what they want. You see, that's exactly, you know. That is correct, Damon, yeah. China is getting out of control right now. I think they're up. I think they're having a few problems of their own. Yeah, the men are sick of the way that, because the feminism has clicked into China too. But it's worse over there, because you've got to come up with this big bride price to marry them. You've got to pay huge amounts of money, huge. And then, you know, like they want a house, they want a car, they want a $300,000 dowry. You know, these women. And they're not virgins, man. They're not virgins. You know, like they've lived with men. That's what's broken a few of them up. I've watched that they've actually lived with other men, and here they are now acting like they're a princess and demanding $300,000 dowry. And the boyfriend brings up, "Hang on a minute, you just broke up with your boyfriend for 2 years. You were living with him, so he was your husband, but he just didn't get married. So he gets all of the benefits of you without marrying you." And now I've got to marry you, and it's also going to cost me 300,000 yuan and a house and a car. He didn't have to come up with that. See, it's a good fact, isn't it, boys? You know, he got it for free. He got all of that attention and all of that for free. But this guy over here, yeah, he doesn't get it for free. He's going to have to really pay me, because this is gold. This is gold, right? So you've got to come up with 300,000 to get some of this gold. But this guy over here, yeah, he doesn't need to come up with that. He can have the gold. He can have as much gold as he fucking wants, you know. But I'll preserve the gold for him, you know. I'll make this guy over here pay, you know. And you don't get any of it. You're not going to get any of it, bro, because you're not going to shag her like the last bloke did. So she's going to be comparing you to the last bloke. And if you're not better than him, well, you know, that's it for you. You're done. You're done, brother. You're done. No, man, you'll find, please, just work, save your money, enjoy your life. You know, there's no reason to move them in. There's no reason to live with them. That's the other big mistake, is living with them, and the house is in their name. That's the worst mistake. And don't ever sign any paperwork, okay? Don't sign any paperwork. Don't believe her lies. Don't believe it when she tells you how much she loves you and she's going to be with you forever, and don't you trust me, and it's for our family, and I would never do anything wrong, and I love you, we're always going to be together. Yet don't believe any of that. None of it. All of it is lies. Every word coming out of her mouth is lies. And that's when you know that you are in the absolute long con or a short con of some kind. When they come out with any of those words to you, don't you trust me? You know, I love you. We're always going to be together. Those normal, you know, that's when you know you're getting played, boys. You know, so the things I tell you, man, trust me, I knew the game getting played. I knew the con getting played. But I was always, you know, being told that once you leave, you don't see echo. Once you're gone, you'll never see echo again. Okay? And that overrode everything. Whatever the fuck this person's carrying on with, whatever new rules and regulations and fucking thing that she's going to come up with, I didn't care. As long as I could get echo in the morning, as long as I could wake up and my daughter was there and I could spend time with my daughter. That's all that mattered to me. Because I knew the minute you leave, that's it for you. You're done. You know? That's why I didn't leave with that dark guy. He wanted me to leave with him. Remember in the truck? He wanted me to go with him. I can't go, man. I'm leaving Echo. You know, but she's this, she's that. Yeah, she is. But I can't leave Echo. Okay? That's it. Can't leave her. All right? So I don't, you know, because that's why he left. He left because of how this person was and how she presented herself and how she was during the house. And he just says, there's just no way. He says, there's no fucking way. He says, I see what's happened with you and how it talks to me. And he said, I don't want nothing to do with it. He says, I'm leaving tomorrow. He says, I've already packed my shit up. He says, I'm leaving 3 days before I've paid for a week rent. He said, I'm leaving. He says, I'm out. I'm not putting up with this for a second. He says, there's no way. He says, I wouldn't even have it around me. He says, so he left. He lasted 4 or 5 days and he was gone. Yeah, that's why I never left. That's why. You know, I hung on because I wanted to be with Echo. You know, I wanted to wake up to her coming in the garage and, you know, and taking care of her during the day or in the afternoon. And I don't care this person's doesn't come home until 7 o'clock at night, and I'll ask her, where you been? I went to my friend's house because I didn't want to come home. You know, I'm not interested in your drama. In my mind, I'm thinking, I'm not interested in your bullshit. So I just walk away. I didn't even ask the person what you're even talking about, because they don't even talk to me. Like, they don't even say a word to me. So I'm out in the garage. You've got the entire fucking house on your own, and for some reason, you know, you know what I mean? It's still my fault, right? Like, fuck, it's, you know, they'll push it to the extreme, mate, to get you out of the place. Okay, that's all it is. They just to get you off the property, get you out of the place. And every woman will do that. It doesn't matter what your situation will be. They will try and push it to those extremes, man, in order for something to work out in their way. And it does normally work out for them. Well, you know, I'm living proof of that. They did fucking pretty good, mate, out of a bullshit fake marriage. They did very, very good out of it. Like, they really, you know what I mean? Like, they did extremely well out of it, bro. They never lost a dime. Trust me, man. They gained big time. You know, they gained, mate. It was no loss to them, man. You know, I suppose it was because they lost their time too. They lost their time and they don't have a father. You know, there's no father for my daughter. So, yeah, what a fucking waste. Just a waste. It's amazing what I was willing to put up with, what I was willing to do, what I was willing to go through. But the other side, not willing to go through anything. Nothing at all. It all has to be their way only. You know, exactly what they want, what they're wanting and they're thinking. It's a very one-way track. You know, and I thought I was a bit crazy. You know, I thought it's just, you know, I'm stupid, right? Then I watch maths I watch maths. Watch this fucking stuff, bro. These women are fucking crazy. They're all fucking nuts. Every one of these fucking women, man. Every single one of them. Watch how they are. Watch the amount of drama they bring in and fakeness and emotional bullshit that they bring into the marriage and put on the husband's shoulders. Just straight there, you know? And they're just sitting there, just scratching their head, wondering what happened. Where, like that guy Danny, you know, like God, he's lost. He's like a puppy with lights on him, bro. And this fucking woman is just non-stop causing drama. And they're all the same. They're all the same. They're not there just to fall in love with their husband. No, it's drama central, bro. And that's what I found with this one. I found it was just invented shit to complain about. It's just stuff that doesn't really, you know, it would complain about where you put your shoes. You know, you took your shoes off outside, complain about where you put them. No, I want them put here, only here. This is the demands, you know. It's fucking, you know, that's what they would come up with, you know. I've got to have the back door locked because I feel unsafe. Won't give me a key because I might go in and grape her during the night. Like, it actually says that to you. And I look at her like she's crazy. Like, so the whole day I'm sweet, but it's only late at night that you have to worry about it, do you? Like, fucking, you just scratch your fucking head at that. So you haven't got a key to get in. You can't, I never had a key to my own home. The key that I had doesn't work. Every single key that was given to me doesn't work. You never had a key. I had to break into the house 2 times when I come back from China. Both times I had to break into the house to get in. Yeah, because they gave you a fake key. They gave you a key they fucking knew didn't work. They'll sit there going, oh, sorry about that, I didn't know. Bullshit, they didn't know. Fucking bullshit, you know? I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, but I certainly did not, you know, it's every single day, it's a non-stop thing. Like, I didn't know what the fuck's going on half the time. Like, I'd wake up and you know, they don't want to know you, they don't want to talk to you, they don't want to say hello, they just want to walk past you fucking ignoring you. You haven't done anything wrong, you haven't said anything to the person at all. You know, they just fucking ignore you all day. I don't know how women can do that, but it's part of the game. They've got to get you out. They've got to get you out. They've got to get you to voluntarily leave. That's what they've got to do, boys. Take possession. You know, they make your life a fucking living shit until you leave. And then they can take possession of everything. They just take possession of it. You know, it's not hard. Wish it worked out better for you to see your daughter. Yeah, it is sad, man. Every day I think about it, man. Every day. Every day I think about it, man. There's not a day I don't think about it. You know, I'm not an argumentative thing towards her. When she calls me, she used to call me. I was never argumentative towards her. I agreed with her, whatever. You know, I don't want Echo on live stream. I agree. I don't want any pictures of Echo on social media. I agree. I don't want you to ever go on live stream with her. I agree. I'm not going to do any of that. Okay? If I ever do any of that, then I'll understand why I don't see my daughter. Okay? But I won't be doing any of that. The camera won't even be on. I just want to see my daughter. You know? I had no intentions of filming anything. You know, but even in family law court, you know, I had my phone on the counter and suddenly I'm getting yelled at by the judge and by this fucking lawyer that I'm recording the court. And I'm on live stream at the moment. I got accused of being on live stream. So the next thing you know, there's the judge is fucking yelling at me, the lawyer's yelling at me. I just picked up the phone and handed it to her. It's not on fucking live stream. You see, you know what I mean? You've created this negative thing where it's that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. I haven't done anything. Had no intentions of doing anything. But I still got yelled at for it. I still got accused of it. Yeah? You know? I spent a lot of the time just trying to fight for a relationship, boys. Don't waste your fucking time, okay? You know, I couldn't concentrate on the business. I couldn't concentrate on the things that I should have been concentrating on. I was too busy thinking about this human every day. You know, how do I make this person happy? What have I got to do? What is it going to be like when I walk into the house? You know, like they'd all be sitting there. You got the mum, you got her, you got my daughter sitting there eating their dinner, and you're not allowed to touch anything. You're not even allowed in the house. It become a rule. I'm not allowed in the house when they're eating dinner. You know why? Because they're fucking embarrassed. They're embarrassed, okay? Because I'm not allowed to have any of the food. You know, I paid for this food, she said, so you're not allowed to have any. I paid for the food for the last 8 fucking years. You know what I mean? 6 years or whatever. It doesn't matter. She paid for it. So you're not allowed to touch any of it. Okay? It was that fucking pathetic that it wants you to come in and do the dishes and do the fucking cleaning and all the counters and the floor and all that. And if you took a bowl of rice, the steamed rice, she regarded as theft. And they would come out to the garage and yell and scream at me because you've stolen a bowl of rice. You've stolen a bowl of rice, mate. Okay? It's a criminal offence. All right? How dare you steal the rice? You've stolen a bowl of rice from me. That's how pathetic they are. That's how low that they will go, mate, to make sure that you feel like shit for the night. And they'll come out to the garage while they do it. They'll look around looking at how you fucking live and they'll smile to themselves, mate. Because you live like shit. Or you sleeping on a mattress on the ground in a fucking dirty garage. So they look at you like you're absolutely nothing. Nothing. You know, I need to get rid of you. You're a bug. Okay? I could replace you easily. You know, I put you in here. Don't worry about that. But that's not my fault. That's your fault. That's your fault you're in here. You know, that's how they look at it. They're happy to put you into that position and then they will blame you for being in that position. Okay? So they're not worth it, man. They're not worth your time. They're not worth your fucking energy. Just watch maths and you tell me, is it worth it? You just watch a couple of episodes of maths and you have got 6 or 7 women here and have a look at the way they fucking act and the way they talk and the way that they are. And that is what you are dealing with in the outside world. That is a really good across the range to watch, because none of them bring peace to their husband, mate. None of them bring peace to the marriage. They don't bring any bonus to the marriage. They bring drama and negative energy to it all. Okay? At least they get to smash. At least they get to smash their wives. I never even got to smash, okay? I had to listen to all of this shit, and there's no smashing, bro. There's none of this, bro. There's fucking none. There's none. You've just got negative shit in your life every day. Every fucking day. It's negative this and negative that, and, you know, complain here and complain there. And another big one, boys. If your girl ever puts you down in front of someone else, mate, or in front of her fucking girlfriend, yeah, that's not your girl. Okay? If she's sitting over there, that's your wife, and she's sitting over there with someone that from over there, and she's running you down to them, yeah, that's not your wife. Okay? That's not your wife. Your wife and the girlfriend or someone that loves you doesn't sit there with a stranger to you, that's a stranger, another fucking stallholder in the market, and starts running you down to them. Okay? Running you down enough so that stallholder calls you over and says, you know, they're complaining that you don't do the dishes very good and you're not mopping the floor enough, it's not clean enough. Yeah, complained that I left soap powder on the dishes. You know, why didn't you rinse the dishes better? So now I've got these 2 fucking bitches here. One of them that I'm married to is fucking running me down in the middle of my own fucking market, in front of my stall, running me down and running why? I turned around and said, mate, you don't even do the fucking dishes. You don't even do the dishes, okay? You don't do cleaning, you don't do dishes, you don't do anything. And yet you want to complain that I didn't do them properly for you? You know what I mean? So I fucking knew early, bro. And I knew that I knew I wasn't gonna get any of this. There's none of that, bro. So there's no point being nicey nice, right? I thought, fuck you. You know what I mean? Because most of the time, men will keep their, you know, we'll keep it stum, mate. Because right, that's when we get our little bit of revenge, mate. Right? That's when we get our little bit of fucking revenge, mate. You know. But if you're not getting any of that, then there's no payback, bro. There's no payoff. There's no payback. There's no payoff. There's nothing in it for you. It is purely the thumb on top of the forehead, mate, making sure that, you know, yeah, that's what that's about. All right? Don't put up with them, bro. Just get the fuck out. If you're not married to them and you haven't got kids with them, then why would you put up with them? Yeah? You know, I've told you about what me in the past with the girlfriends, man. Fuck, I'll just leave you at the market. I won't even tell you, man. Just, you know, go for your lunch and spend an hour and come back and there's an empty stall. You know what I mean? Um, I wish you well too, mate. Da-na-na-na-na. Well, it's no good. It's no good being with someone, mate, and you're a fucking monk. Like you were a monk before you met him, and then you meet him, you move him in, and they turn you into a monk. you end up you end up watching, you know, the P Hub, mate, which is banned in Australia. Yeah, you can't get P Hub anymore, mate. You can't get YP anymore. It's blocked. The entire site is blocked, boys. Far out. Damn. Like, you know, you got to use a VPN, mate, to get onto fucking the LP hub, mate. It's completely blocked. I don't know what you're going to do now. I get none. At least there was some kind of avenue, bro. It was some kind of avenue, right? At least you could have a look, you know? Because you're not even getting a look, mate. You're not even getting a look. You're not even getting a look. But good luck to all of yous, man. Because you're gonna. I'm happy. I don't bother with it, man. I don't. I'm over it. I'm over it. I don't trust them. I don't believe in any of it. I don't believe in them. I think they will fucking just cause more drama and than what they bring. Um, you know, like I'm sorry, this doesn't outweigh. It doesn't outweigh the benefits. Don't outweigh the what you're going to get. It just doesn't outweigh it. Not that I've met anyway. Yeah, not that I've met anyway. And the couple of dates that I had here, these chicks don't cook, man. They don't clean. They don't even offer. They'll sit on the lounge there on their phone, mate, while you're cleaning and you've cooked dinner and now you're cleaning the shit. And, you know, they'll sit there asking their questions, you know. They have no intentions of getting to know you at all. It's the basic questions, you know. Do you want to get married again? Did you want to have more kids? You know, when did you want to get married? Like, you've known the person 3 weeks. You've known the person a month. And they're the one that is hitting you up, okay? So, he hasn't even cooked a meal for me. You know, he doesn't offer even to come and do the dishes with me. You know, like they treat you like a fucking slave. Like a man is there to serve her. He's there to make sure that she is happy. There's no reciprocal, they don't care. As long as they're happy and as long as what they are getting is what they're getting. You know, they're happy. Other than that, they don't care. I've never found any of them that care, and they hate me talking on the internet. You know, they hate me talking. The lawyers, the fucking judges, everything that I say, everything, they hate it all. They hate it all. They don't like any of it. And it was part of the reason that I didn't get my Echo, was because of streaming, you know, being on the internet, you know, even though it's all privated. You know, I got questioned about my what is MGTOW? And I'm thinking to myself, what's that got to do with family law court? You know, what's it got to do with me being a dad? You know, I got questioned about it. It's a members only video. You have to scroll all the way down. It's not lately or whatever. It's ages ago. But I got questioned, what is MGTOW? I don't know. I don't actually know. So I answered, men going their own way. You know, after everything has happened to them, they have to go their own way and on their own. You know, and learn how to do it all alone. Learn to re-establish themselves. Because men give to their marriage. We give, okay? We're the provider, right? So we give, right? Yeah, they don't give, mate. They are the receptacle. They're the receptacle of that. So when we go to get married, we're all in love and, you know, we're thinking, you know, they're not. They're not. They're thinking of what can I acquire, okay? We're going to get a house soon. We've got to get a house. We've got to get a house. We've got to get a house. They pump you to get a house. It's the one thing that they really pump you about. And they want you to do overtime. They want you to work on Saturday, Sunday. They will work you 7 days a week, gentlemen. They will work you 7 days a week in order to get that house. And once they get that house, they will make sure their name is on the fucking paper. They will make sure it won't be just your house. It's our house. It's our house. And in possession in Australia and underneath our laws, once they've broken up with you, it's their house. It's not yours. It becomes their house. And they have to go out and take a bank loan or whatever it is to pay your half of the bank, okay? And if they don't, well, it's their house anyway. You're not going to get it. You know, you're not going to get it. You know, they'll make you sell it and then give them half. That's what they'll make you do, okay? They're not in it for the love. They're in it for the resources, what they can acquire afterwards. And they can get mad at me for saying that, but they know in their heart that when they are done with their other half, they're not going to walk away empty-handed. They're not. The husband is. All right? So they can pretend that they're not going to do this, they're not going to do that. I can guarantee you on the day, yeah, it's a whole different ball game. Okay? What are my thoughts on the war? Shit, man. What do I think about the war? Well, I think we're all fucked. That's what I think. I think we're all royally effed. If it continues down this pathway, which it is, you know, Trump is going to extend it out. Ishmael will extend it out as much as they can. They'll destroy everything. They'll destroy the whole country. They'll turn it into GAZA, along with Lebanon. And then they'll move on to the other countries. You know, he now wants Cuba. You know, he's stated that he's going after Cuba. So he'll turn that into GAZA. There's no rules anymore. There's no rules of war. It is hospitals, paramedics, it is doctors, it is school children. You know, they want to cause as much harm as they can. So it's not for the benefit of the people. Okay? None of that is real. That's all fake, because it's the people that are dying. It's the people's homes that are being destroyed. It's not anything else. Hopefully they've wiped out each other. That's what I'm really we all hope for, that they all just wipe each other out. You know, all of Ishmael is the fucking chopped. This guy's fucking chopped. Everybody's been chopped, right? But you can't blame these Middle Eastern countries for that. Is the only thing that saves them is having the big one. It's the only thing that saves them. Otherwise, they'll just get invaded, like Lebanon, Venezuela, Cuba. They'll just get invaded and taken over. That's what I think we have right now. We have a cabal that are looking at this. We have a world map. They've got a different world map. Okay, it's on my TikTok. I'm pretty sure I reposted the video, but it shows a different map of the world, and it's in different colours, and it's divided up into 10 sections. And he's explaining to you why Trump is taking over these particular countries, because this country represents on this union, and they need that country to make sure all the rest of the countries fall into line. That is why they need Iran. They need Venezuela and Cuba because it's part of the North American Union, and without those two countries, this map wouldn't be complete. The only thing that's missing are these two countries down the bottom here, which is the ones they're doing now. And up here, you've got the European Union. Up here, you've got the Soviet Union or whatever it is. And that's the map that Trump is working on. He's working on creating these things. And, the war, they don't care. I've told you this over and over and over. It doesn't matter how many get destroyed or what gets destroyed. They don't care. They don't care. All right? And this is who's in charge. There is no difference between you and an Iranian person or a Cuban person or a Venezuelan person. There is no difference between you. None. The only difference is, you're on the right side of the fence. The minute your government turns on you is when you'll see their different side, which is the same as here. As soon as you disobey anything, mate, they're knocking on your fucking door. And if you say the wrong statement, they're willing to put you into jail. Just for a statement here in Australia now. You're not allowed to say certain things. A slogan on a flag will get you a year's jail if it says the wrong slogan on a flag. Okay? So they've really come down on the free speech. It doesn't exist. It's finished. You've got to obey and that's the control they want, man. So what do I think is going to happen? I think the whole thing's going to go fucking kibosh. US is not going to win. They can't win on a ground invasion. I think a lot of US people are going to die. A lot of servicemen that are going to lose their thing, mate, when they shouldn't even be in the country. All I can see, mate, is a lot of American lives being lost. Okay? And the president doesn't give a shit. Does not care. You are just fodder to him. And he's willing to do whatever it takes in order to get this before they get him out. Okay? Because, I don't know whether you know this or not, but Trump created this peace thing, and the membership on it, okay? They're all the 10 members of the union, okay? They are the rulers of that union. They're the representative of each one of those unions around the world. And he's a lifetime member. A lifetime. So even if he loses the job as president, he can still tell the other unions of the world what to do. Okay? So it's all about power, maintaining power. And the oil has got nothing to do with it. It's all bullshit. The US doesn't even import oil from Iran. They've got restrictions and sanctions on the country. So they don't even use the oil. It's got nothing to do with the oil. It's making sure that everybody else in the world can't get the oil. All right? Or you've got to pay in American money to get the oil. That's what it's about. It's about control. What currency they're using to sell the oil in, and it's not in American money. They're using gold, yuan, Russian ruble. They're using whatever country's original thing. Or China comes in and builds a new infrastructure, builds bridges or whatever, and that's part of the payment is to come in and do an infrastructure project. So it's all underneath that's how they do their business now, to stay out of the American SWIFT, the banking system. But as far as a war, it won't end. It won't end. Okay, it can't end. Not without them totally destroying the entire. It turns into Gaza, turns into Gaza. Then they'll be happy. They will reduce it to that. That's what they'll do, and then they'll be happy. And then they'll still complain there's tunnels. There's tunnels all the way through Iran, and we're looking for the tunnels, building by building. We've got to destroy it all as we go to make sure that they don't take it over behind us. It'll be the same gameplay, the same thing, and all they'll do is take over the land. They'll just take over the land, get the resources, get that part of get a ruler in there that does everything the Americans want them to do and Ishmael wants them to do. That's all it's about. And they will destroy the joint. It doesn't matter to them how many it doesn't matter, because they're women and children. Ishmael loves women and children. They love it. They will kaboom them every single day of the year. They will happily do it because it's women and children. It's you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of war they love. They love that kind of war. They don't like a war where there's someone firing back. Okay, so apparently BB's gone. Okay, all of the top cabinet are gone. Avi's gone. The top things there have been. So I don't know if it's true or not. There's been no proof that it's not true. And there is a video out there showing an Indian reporter. Have you seen it on TikTok? And he's an Indian reporter talking in Indian, Punjabi. So he's talking to India, and he's in wherever he is. And he pans over and says, "Oh, there's Bibi. There's Bibi over there." And he puts the camera on him, bang. And it shows his exact location. All right? And they're saying after that, within minutes, okay, and everybody there is gone. Everybody that was in the picture's gone. So I don't know if that's going to change their thing. We haven't seen him since. We've had no interviews, no television thing, no nothing over there. So they're trying to keep it all quiet. Okay, so I don't know. I really don't. All I see is destruction. I see death and destruction, mate. I don't see any peace. None at all. The whole region is going to go to shite, mate. The whole region. And, their plan is to destroy Ishmael. That's what their plan is. I'm just really surprised if there's anything left. I'll be totally and utterly surprised, mate. I really will. They've blown away all the American bases. They don't exist anymore. So all the Middle East bases are gone, which is great news for the Middle East, I suppose, because what protection do they offer? I mean, that was the deal. We'll sell our oil in the American thing and then you'll give us protection and make sure that we don't get, invaded and stuff. Well, how has that worked? That doesn't seem to be working too good, does it? Like there's so many bases, man. Like the whole joint is covered in American bases everywhere. So no, I don't think it's going to be any good, mate. I really don't. It doesn't spell anything good for me and you as normal people. Everything is going to go up. Everything. Across the board. Everything. You think it's expensive now? Just wait. Wait. Because it's going to get a lot more expensive. Your groceries, transport, petrol. I mean, I can't believe that, petrol's at $2.40 a litre. Like, it should be fucking $8. Like, seriously, it should be $8. We don't manufacture anything in Australia. We import everything, right? So apparently they're letting loose 400 million litres of petrol, but it's old petrol. So it's going to be really bad for your engine. Okay? It's going to really be really bad for your engine, mate. It's dirty and old petrol they couldn't sell. And it's just been sitting in the tanks. So they're going to release that now for consumers. So I'm glad I don't have a car. And I don't have any money to go to the supermarket really anyway. I just live day by day, mate. I don't go up and do any shopping or whatever. It's ridiculous now. $12 for a fucking chocolate rabbit. Like, it's just ridiculous. $8.50 for a block of chocolate. So I can only imagine what it's going to be like down the track. Okay, when they have to start importing shit, that is when our prices are going to really start to spike up. Right now, you've got stuff in warehouses, you've got stock, you know what I mean? They're not sold out. They're not importing a whole bunch of stuff, right? So wait until they have to import shit that comes from over there, all right? You know, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. I don't know what the big problem is. The only one that they don't allow is Ishmael and USA. Everybody else can come through. Everybody else is fine. You can buy whatever you like. Just spend it in their money and you can buy as much oil as you like. You know what I mean? Like, it's only those two particular countries that they don't allow to come and buy their oil. So, what they're carrying on with, mate, doesn't really exist for the normal person, because they can easily import oil through the Hormuz, mate. They haven't banned everybody in the world, bro. Only those two countries, okay? And those two countries don't import from us, from Iran. They've got their own, like, America's the biggest oil manufacturer in the world, apparently. Yeah, I don't think you've got any oil. I don't think you've got any fucking oil at all. I think you've got a really minuscule amount, because you wouldn't be so friggin' worried about the corner of Hormuz if you had oil. Because, apparently you're the biggest manufacturer in the world. Why would you give a fuck what they're doing over there? You've got more oil than them, right? So you're too busy worrying about how you're going to sell your own oil rather than worrying about what they're doing over there. But instead, you've got to make sure that you control everything. Okay? So now, you've got to be over there demanding that they buy it in your American money, because you're losing those sales, those trillions of dollars every year, because it's not bought in the American money. So that's what it's all about. It's motivated, oil, money, profit. It's not for people. It's not for liberty or freedom. It's not for anybody's benefit. It is for their own benefit. That's all it's for. And all it is, mate, is a bunch of death. It's a bunch of death for brown people, mate. Trump and Ishmael love brown people, okay? If you're brown people, mate, expect them to come and visit. If you've got oil and resources, mate, Ishmael is going to be there to help you, okay? USA will bring the democracy. You need democracy, mate. You need the USA democracy, okay? Well, a cuck is somebody that watches their, I've never done that, mate, so I certainly wouldn't be sitting there watching someone shag my wife or whatever. It's a fake marriage, mate. It's not a real marriage. It's nothing. You don't even know the person. The person doesn't even talk to you. They don't even speak the same language as you, man. They've switched off completely years and years ago. They don't even talk to you in English. They don't talk to you. They just fucking ignore you. It's the ignore game. It's the ignore game. You ever had that play with your girlfriend? She ignores you. Yeah, this is the ignore game 100-fold. Okay, where they can spend a month, 2 months, 3 months, and don't say a single word to you. Just walk past you. Nothing. They don't say anything. The only time they say anything is when they want something done. They got to, go and put the garbage out. Go and walk the dog. Haven't you got something to do because you're trying to have a conversation with her? She'll just switch you off within 2 words. Within 2 words. Can't you see that I'm busy? Rah, rah. What the fuck are you even talking about, man? I never even got to, I never got to, no, I'm not in any situation, man. I live alone. That's old, it's a couple of years back now. I'm getting through it and finding my pathway. But that's the situation that it was, bro. I never got to touch it. I never got to fucking even touch it, bro. The hand would get moved away. As soon as you went to touch it, bro, the hand would get moved away. If you tried fucking putting your arm around it, you got an elbow straight into the fucking ribs. You've been with the person a month. Be with the person a month. Fucking, you know, within 3 months, bro, they come home from work, mate, the fucking bitches have moved you to the spare room. They've moved you to the spare room, mate, while you're at work. You come home and your shit's fucking in the spare room. What the fuck? It's fucking, you haven't argued with the person, man, I swear. I didn't, you come home and you fucking don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, seriously, you're shaking your head. You're in your own home. This is, right? But you're stupid if you trust them. You're stupid if you put it in their name and trust them, and you're just stupid. It's just wrong. You know, you'll be a total mug. You'll be a total mug, mate. There was no sex, mate. There was none. It was every blue moon. You know, make sure if you did everything correctly. You know, if you obeyed and you didn't say anything back and didn't have an opinion, or you disagreed in any way or anything like that, then no, you have to be totally right, and you're not allowed to have an opinion. God forbid you have your own fucking, like, how dare you, rah, like, because you're supposed to be the man. You're supposed to be a husband, right? Yeah, mate, you fucking, you'll get put in your place real quick, bro. Yeah, I don't know who that was for me, man, but it wasn't for me. Yeah, that got saved, bro. It got saved, man. Who knows, right? I don't want to fucking know. I don't want to know, man. I've never cared, because it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me, bro. That's all that mattered for me, And then the person has the hide. They'll invite you over for a holiday. They'll say to you, why don't you come for a holiday, right? So you think to yourself, oh, far out. I might actually get some time, Might actually get a bit of a relationship, Spend some time together. And you say over and over and over and over, no. You just, no. You refuse, right? Because I've got responsibilities here. I can't just leave for a month. I've got responsibilities, Finally, I agreed. It took a few times and I agreed. Okay, and I thought to myself, maybe we'll have some time together, maybe, because I know it can be nice. I know that it's possible to be nice. I know that there's a nice streak there. I know that I have seen it, and it is a very loving streak. But unfortunately, it switches overnight. It just switches, and that's what I was dealing with. And then when you're picking it up from the airport to come home, it's already booked the return flight. Like, it's for 6 months, but it's already got the time, the date, the airline. It's already paid for it. As you're driving home, they're telling you that, hey, in 6 months' time, I'm going to be gone again. I'm going to be, rah. You haven't even gotten out of the car, and they're already laying down the law. They're already laying it down. They haven't said anything to you. They haven't said hello. They haven't asked you how you're going or how things were, or nothing. All they've said is, in 6 months, rah, and then it goes quiet again because it's done what it's wanted to do. And then it comes home, mate. They're all the fucking same. They want to walk into a palace. They want to walk into a magnificent palace. And you walk in and everything is fucking done. That's why I'm called Dobby. Because Dobby fucking does all the cleaning and shit, right? So the house is sparkling, right? So it goes into the spare toilet and there's a fucking tiny mark in the bowl. It's screaming its head off. It's screaming, It's demanding that I go in and clean the toilet. Look at the toilet. Look, it's disgusting. Look how you left it, rah. Look at the fucking house. Look at the fucking lawns. Look at everything that I've done. Doesn't care. It's looking for anything to get onto you, boys. That's my point to you. It's looking for something to fucking put the thumb down in your forehead. It doesn't care what you've done. It only cares what you haven't done and what you should be doing. It gives no praise to you. You're not going to get any praise. It doesn't care how your life is or what you've been doing or what you've been up to in the last 2 months that I've been away on holiday. It doesn't ask you a question, mate. It ignores you. That's how they are. It will ignore you. It will just close it like that woman on Maths. She just pushed her husband out the door and closed the door on him. That's exactly how they are. That's exactly how they are. That just bring back a flush of memories to me, because that's what they do. They just push you back and they just close the door. They don't give a fuck about you. They've told you exactly what they want, and then they close the door, and then they leave you to fucking... And if you want to agree to it, then you come back to them, and they've got that power over you all the time. That's what they want. And they want you to sit there listening to negative drama that's got nothing to do with you. Like nothing. You don't even want to give it an opinion on it, but you've got to sit there for 40 minutes listening to it. So the entire night then is overridden by negative bullshit that's got nothing to do with you, but it overrides your brain. So that entire time you're not thinking about what you should be thinking about. You're not on your path, mate. I wasn't on my path. I'm too busy wondering why this, why that, how do I make it better? Walking on eggshells, brother. Eggshells. They have you living on eggshells. Yeah, you're not comfortable in your own place, bro. You know, like they'll restrict you. You're not allowed access, right? But they'll walk around in a pair of bra and undies. Oh, they'll do that. They'll flash it. They'll flash it to you, but you're not allowed to touch it. You're not allowed to. No, how dare you? You know, when I used to put the word on it, right? I got told I was like a S, person. Like that's what you want. They would turn the table on you, bro. They would turn the table. You just want an S-slave, rah, rah. They're walking around like that in front of you. They're supposed to be with you. That's supposed to be your girlfriend or your wife. But you go near them or put a word on them and they call you they say that they accuse you. You look at them like an S-slave. So you're not allowed to touch them. You're not allowed to touch them. That's the mind game, the mind fuck that they'll do on you boys. I remember a true fact, because I just thought it was me, and then I watched it on maths. And all of these fucking women, mate, all of them, that's the game they play. That's how they roll. They will gladly push you out the door and close the door on you. They'll gladly walk away from you calling you all the names, and the guy's going, what are you even talking about? He didn't say anything, man. They were doing all the talking. He's fucking silent. They've had an argument. He's walking away trying to chase his girl up, and his girl is blaming him for everything. You're a dog, you're a rat, you're this, you're that. It's his fault. His fault. You see, it doesn't account to them in their brain. They have no accountability for words or actions. None. It's your fault. Yeah? None. Just watch maths. I remember I got out of the shower one day and, come out of the shower, right? I've got a towel on, I'm drying myself, right? And I look over and, mate, and I want a bit of that, right? So any chance, darling, oh, that's all you want. You want an S-slave. When you come out of the shower, you want me in bed waiting for you with my things open and just waiting for you to come out. That's what it started carrying on with a whole storyline. And I waited for her to finish. And then I said to her, is that what you think your husband or boyfriend would want? And she said, yes, that's what I think. That's what you would think. Why wouldn't you do it then? Why wouldn't you? What kind of a girlfriend or wife would you be if you've got these things that you think your boyfriend or husband wants and you don't do it for him, but yet that's your husband or boyfriend? How does that make sense to you? You see, that's the female logic, boys. Yeah? They'll use that shit against you, mate, every day of the week. Every day of the week they'll use it against you. Yeah? I mean, I couldn't believe it was that easy to turn. Well, why wouldn't you do those things? If you're sitting there thinking that's what your husband and boyfriend want, what is the problem? I mean, you're married to him or that's your boyfriend. It's not a fucking stranger you just met down at the roller club. So why would you think that about your other half, you see? Because they don't want to give it to you, bro. They want to find an angle that they're mad at you about, that they're upset at you about, that they could hold against you. It's like, you just come out of the shower. You didn't say anything. You have literally just come out of the shower with a towel on. Okay? You lean forward, you try and have a kisser or whatever, or you put the word, any chance of me and you together, love, any chance of a little bit of special time here, or oh, that's all you want me for. You just want me for sex, and you think I'm going to be an sex slave. And when you come out of the shower, you want me ready for you and thing, rah, rah, rah. All of this fucking story, mate. And at the end of it, I said to her, but hang on, that's your boyfriend or your husband, yeah? Why wouldn't you do it for him then? What's the problem? Are you holding it back for somebody that you are willing to do it for? What does a guy have to do in order to get that from you? Because that sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty good, you know. Oh, fuck. Friend zone, man. Well, when you live with a man, it's housemate zone. Housemate zone. That's where I was. I was in the housemate zone. I was in another room. Person had nothing to do with me. It's called a housemate zone. But you're still responsible for all the bills, all the cooking, the cleaning. You are still responsible for the mortgage, the council rates, and everything else that she can think of, including any gifts that she wants. You know, the makeups, the lipsticks, all of that things. Yeah, including all of that you've got to pay for. And if the parent comes to visit, you've got to make sure that she has money. You've got to give the parent money, mate, in order for her to... Like, that's what was put on me. Like, the person came to stay, right? They're doing whatever the fuck they want. They're out doing whatever the fuck they want, right? At the end of the trip, it was put back on me that I need 5 G's to give back. And I've gone, what for? But I didn't... Listen, love, they went out and done their own thing. I wasn't... how am I responsible for their spending habits while they're in the country? And then you find out they're stinking wealthy. Oh, they got packets. Stinking wealthy, bro. All right? Enough money to pay the house out, apparently, straight after. Just pay the house straight out. Okay? So here I am busting my balls for all that time, living in amongst all that stress, and the whole time they're just waiting for me to fuck off so they can all move in, pay the house off straight away. They don't know anybody. Okay? Yeah, they're very clever, bro. They're very clever. Because they'll have you working right up until the day they get rid of you. And it'd probably be like a couple of days after the mortgage payment. You know what I mean? Like, they'll make sure they get that last payment out of you, and then they'll fucking turf you out. Yeah? But they had enough money the whole time to just pay it off. They don't owe anything on the mortgage, mate. It's paid. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Far out. So that whole time you could have done that. You know what I mean? And all the stress that it bring me, mate, in covering everything and making sure that all of this is paid for. And are you fucking kidding? You know, like, I was spending $400 in a soap shop, mate. Fucking $600 on a handbag. Fucking $300 on a purse. You know, just bullshit fucking stuff. And I couldn't work out why. To get the funds. To get the funds from you, boy. That's why. Yeah, very smart, mate. Very smart, yeah. You know, very clever. Just a shame that it wasn't for benefit. You know, just real shame. Spent all that year in negativity, yeah? Instead of building, yeah? Just negativity. Just doing the absolute best to stay on the plan, yeah? And I swear, boys, I swear, man, the holiday thing really fucked it up. Like, leaving every 6 months ruins the relationship. Ruins. I don't know another wife or girlfriend that goes on holiday every 6 months. For every 1 month they're with you, they want 1 week's holiday in another country. Can you imagine any girlfriend telling you that, or any wife telling you that? You know, I really love you, but, you know, for every 1 month that I'm with you, I demand a 1 week's holiday. So I'm going to stay for 6 months, and then I'm going to have 6 weeks holiday. And I've already booked it. Here's the flight number. Here's the time. You know, I'll get you to drop me at the airport. I'll get you to drop me at the airport. I swear to God. And they don't want you hanging around. They just want you to drop them off. That's it. Drop them off and leave, okay? They're embarrassed of you. They're embarrassed. They're embarrassed because they think they can do a whole lot better and that they're a lot better than you and that they're worth a lot more than you. They've got more money than you and they can get anybody that they want because they're a perfect 10. You know, in their mind, they're a model. Every woman is a model, bro. Every single woman is a model. They're all 10, okay? So in her mind, she can replace you very quickly. You're not hard to replace, okay? So embarrassed because you're old and you're ugly. So embarrassed. You need to just drop me off and go, okay? Man, I only got a small payment on the house, mate. I got a small payment of what the house is worth. Lawyer told me that your lawyer will tell you that they can't put a single mother into too much debt. So this is the highest amount of debt that we can put on her shoulder as a single mum. And I looked at him and said, what has it got to do with me? What are you? So he was really proud of himself for the minuscule amount of money that he did get. Yeah, seriously, man, it just went straight to the lawyer. It went straight to the lawyer, straight to that lawyer, straight to the family law court, and I got a shitty car out of it that fucking blew up a month later. The engine blew up. So I ended up with nothing out of it. Absolutely nothing. I didn't even get my clothing, my original possessions that I had beforehand. You know, I've got what you see in my apartment. Okay? And half the shit I picked up on the street. That's the truth of the matter. You know, the lounge, the chairs, the coffee table, my bed, all picked up off the street. Okay? Because I don't have any fucking money to buy a fucking mattress or a lounge or whatever. So I just grab everything that I can because I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. At least I got something to sleep on. At least I got something to sit on. And at least I got a coffee table. You know? But hey, I have to we have to restart our life from nothing. From nothing. Seriously. If you haven't got a spare car or you haven't got a car in your name, then they will make you walk away. You'll just have your handbag and your blanket and your pillow in your hand, and they'll make you walk away, the cops. And they'll walk you 100 metres away and tell you not to turn around. Just keep walking. Okay? And they are whole. They're whole. There's nothing at all. They can walk around and nothing has changed. Everything is all perfect. But now they've gotten rid of you. And now it's going to take you 6 months to go to court to get some kind of order to come and get your possessions. By that time, your possessions are what's in the driveway. Okay? Because, you know, they'll tell the court they're scared of you. And you're going to do this, and you're going to do that, and you're going to do all this stuff, right? And so you need a police escort to go there. You can't just go there. And you can only go there when they're there, and you get half an hour. And you get to load up as much as you can, and that's it. You get the one chance. The one chance. And that's it. You're not allowed back on the property again. And you're not allowed you're allowed on the property, but only in the driveway. Only in the driveway, but mine was locked in the garage. I've got the key, so everything is in the garage. So that's it. But generally, you don't have a key. They have the key. And they will put everything outside in the driveway. And you can take all of that, but you're not allowed to touch anything else. You won't be allowed to. Okay? That's how they love to do it, boys. They love to do it to you. And then they'll keep their kids from you. They'll keep your kids from you. You'll never see your children again. That's the big one that they really do to all men. That's the danger of getting married to them. Why the fuck would you want to get married to them for? You know, they take your children from you. Forget about it, your property or house or furniture. They take your children. You never see your children again. Okay? There's thousands of me, thousands of good men out there, good fathers that'll never see their children. Their children never see them is a better way of putting it, okay? Because the courts don't care about you not seeing your children. They only care about your children not seeing you. And then if your children says, I don't want to see him again, then the court will just make a court order that you never see your children again. You have no contact order. That's how quick that your ex will jump on that, you know. So, he would have been moved to flatmate. He would have been moved out within days of me getting kicked out. He wouldn't have lasted very long. There's no way that, because the parents moved straight in. That's the big one with the imports. They bring the parents over, and the parents move in. Okay, and they need their room, mate. They need the rooms because they're old and they need separate rooms. So there's no chance of that guy fucking staying, mate. None. Fucking none. Like I told him the day, you know, because we got along really well, and he gave me money to help me because I was broke, and he gave me some money, mate. So he really understood what was going on. And, you know, he told me this is exactly what his wife did. It's exactly the same, Chad. He said, it's just like deja vu to me. He says, I had a really big property and a house and been married and she just decided divorce, told them that I was a danger and I'm going to do this. And he said, my age. Do you know how old that guy was? He was in his 70s, mate. He's in his 70s. And it's still the same game plan. And they accused him of the same thing that they were accusing me of. And he said, everything that you've been accused of, I've been accused of. He said, so I don't believe any of them. He said, I really don't. And I'm out in the garage, remember that? And I've got to knock on his bedroom door to go and take a dump, mate. I've got to knock on his, can you let me in, please, man? I've got to go to the toilet, you know? I didn't want to go and shit in the backyard anymore, man. Like, it's fucking disgusting that you would lock the back door at fucking 7 o'clock at night and say that you're in danger now because the sun is going down. So I've got to lock the back door. You're not allowed in now. You know, you're only allowed back in the morning when I open the door for you. Like, that's how much they push it to the extreme, bro. You know, they'll find whatever they can to get into you, to get into your head. And the only reason I hung around was because I wanted to be with my daughter. I didn't hang around because I was in love with this person. I wanted to work it out or whatever. No, fuck. You know, like that was over years ago. When I got put into the spare room, it's over. Listen, boys, the minute you get put into the spare room, your relationship is finished. It doesn't exist anymore. You're not in a relationship. That's a flatmate. That's a housemate. It doesn't matter if you're married to it. It doesn't matter if it loves you and yet your girlfriend. And you live in the spare room, brother. They don't wake up with you anymore. Okay? They don't want anything to do with you anymore. In fact, they'll record you while you sleep because you snored. They'll record you. And when you wake up in the morning, they'll play the recording to you and go, look, you snore. You know, you should be in the spare room, you know. Look at your snoring. I didn't record her. I wish I did. I didn't record her. I didn't think of that. But you fucking snore as well. What, you think you don't snore? Far out, man. So, you know, but that's what they'll do. They'll anything they can to get the thumb on your finger, mate. Okay? You got to be aware of all of it. And get rid of her. If it's your joint, it's time for her to go. Okay? It's time for her to go home. Wherever the fuck it is. Okay? If you're married to it and you've got children with it, you'll put up with that just to be with your children. You'll put up with whatever you have to fucking put up with to be with your children. Okay? You know, you won't understand unless you're a dad. If you're a dad, you'd understand. If you're not, you're going to look at it and go, why would you do that? You're crazy. Why wouldn't you just leave? Because it's your children. It's your children, bro. You can't leave. Yeah? It's not a matter of letting take control. It's not. I wish it was that simple, man. I really wish it was that simple. You can try and reason with it. You can try and argue with it. You can try and reason with her. I'm just getting a drink, all right? You can try and, you know, as a man, you'll stick up for yourself. You've got an opinion. You'll try and reason with her. But that in her, that is not constructive to her. To her, that's you putting her down. That's you controlling her. That's you telling her what to do. You will run against a brick wall. You'll run against a brick wall. You'll never fucking win, man. Okay? Because they are not accountable for their actions. Only you are. Only you are accountable. They're not accountable. So they can say and do whatever the fuck they want, and they're not accountable to you. They never apologize, never say sorry. They're never sorry for anything. Whatever they do, whatever they say, it's because you said this or you said that or you did this or you did that. You will be the one that gets blamed. It'll get turned around on you. And then you can try and, like, how do you think I fucking reacted half the time, Brant? I was trying to get through to this person. You can't get through to her. There is no... It's got its own path, mate, its own mindset, its own fucking thing, man, its own plan. And it's not going to obey you at all. None. It'll tell you straight out. They're not going to obey you. Obey is not in their vocabulary. So if you ask them to do something, they'll do the opposite. They'll do the opposite. If you ask them, please don't do something, whatever it is, they'll definitely go and do it. Okay? So you're only going to create by the argumentative or trying to get through to the person, you're only going to make it worse. You're only going to make it worse because she's going to bottle up. She's going to bottle up. She's going to get hardened. She's not going to like you. And for the next few days, your life is going to be living hell because she's going to ignore you. She's going to make you sleep on the lounge. She's going to be shitty and nasty for the next few days. Okay? Because you didn't agree with her. Yeah? It only gets covered, mate. Did you watch in Maths? It only got covered, man, when Joel went and apologised to her. He had to apologise to her. What a fucking joke. The woman bring all of this stuff and drama to his life, but he's got to apologise to her to placate her. You see? That's how they roll. They've got no accountability. None. You can't get through to her. Yeah, that's it. You can't get through to her. It doesn't register, bro. They regard it as abuse. They regard it as, man-explaining. They regard it as, you're treating me like a slave and all you're doing is talking to her. You really are. You're not yelling or screaming or whatever. You're just not agreeing with her. Like the discussion with the Daegu shopping. Where does I'm driving home with her, I'm just inquiring. The radio's on, we're just talking, while I'm talking, hey, we're doing really well, we've sold a lot of stuff, this is great, I'm really happy with how this is working out because, we don't have any stock, all right, so everything that I sent over has gone. Yes, that's great. So how are we going to keep this continuing? Okay, because I don't have my savings anymore. The savings are gone. We've spent all the savings on the shipments and stuff. They've got no idea. They just want me to keep, right? And where's the money go? Like, we've done really well. Where do the sales go? Right, okay, we sell them on the website and people pay for it on the website. Where does the money go? Well, it goes into my bank account. I said, so where does it go from there? And, well, it just stays there. So we're basically going to do all the sales in Australia, get all the money in Australia, and we're sending it over to there. Yes. And I'm not supposed to have a problem with that, okay? And I disagreed with that. That's not going to happen anymore. That's not how you do a business. You've got to have turnover, profit, more coming in, buying stock, turnover. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just all one way, okay? And we'll collect it this side. We'll collect this side, right? Now, mate, I spent a fucking month being ignored. I spent a month with a shitty person walking around the house that was just, because I found her out. I found her out. And it had no intentions of doing anything that I've asked. None. That sits there. It doesn't come here at all. You're supposed to just keep producing and producing. And we're running out of stock. How do I buy stock? Okay, well, there is no stock coming in anymore because that's also being siphoned off, right? So there was a lot of pre-planning that they'll go into it, boys. That's what I'm saying to you. And you won't know shit. You won't know anything. There's another video I watched. This guy was getting married, and the wife's family were helping, and they said, "Look, they got a quote from a marriage person for the setup." okay? And it's going to cost $500,000, right? Or a million of their money, $1 million of their money. It was in fucking South Africa country or whatever. So he's paid the $1 million, and then a couple of months later it goes to $1.5 million, and then so he gives another $500,000, and then it goes to $2 million, $2 million of their money, and then he started to jerry to it, right? So he put a fucking detective onto it. He put a private eye into it. So there's the private eye asking her questions. The whole fucking time, the family were doubling the price of everything. The photographer, the florist, the reception, everything. They were doubling. So they were earning, they were pulling, extracting as much resources from him as they could. And that was the fucking future husband. Gonna marry him. This is for the wedding. And there's the parents, mate, fucking siphoning off as much as they fucking could. You can't get through with her if she doesn't love you. Okay, if she doesn't love you, you're talking to a brick wall. If the woman actually loves you, and she loves you, then she'll listen to you. She will listen to you, okay? Because she loves you, okay? But if you're not even like, if you're not sleeping with the person, man, you have no bond with her. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care if the courts get mad at me or whatever. But honestly, if you have no relationship with the person, you have no bond with the person at all. None. If you're in a separate room to them and they're not with you, and even as your girlfriend or whatever, and that you're out on the lounge, your relationship, you don't have a relationship. You don't have it. You're in fucking la la land. You're in dreamland, because she's happy to sleep alone. She doesn't come out to you. She doesn't come out and see how you are. You're the boyfriend, right? Or you're the husband, right? She's never visited you, man. She never comes out and says, hello, are you okay? Or gives you a kiss goodnight or a hug goodnight. She's never banged you in that room. She's never banged you in that bed, man. She's never come anywhere near you, okay? Trust me, bro. You see how you handle it. See how you fucking rock down with that. But you'll live for your children, bro. I want to say thank you, too, for the person that gave me a thing through PayPal. I won't say names or whatever, but thank you for your PayPal, okay? I appreciate you. It's amazing, like, you don't have any money, you want to get some milk, and bang, some person sends you $20. It's like thank you God. So it worked out pretty well for me. It's pretty weird, eh? Like I say a prayer, bang, that's what happened. Yeah. So that's why I thought I'd come on for a little while today. I thought I'd come on. No, man, just work. Save your paper. There's no reason to marry them or whatever. They are going to divorce you. There is just no doubt about it. They are going to divorce you. And if you're lucky to have children with them, you'll never see your kids again. So to save you from that heartache, mate, to save you from that pain, because that's my biggest hurdle. My biggest hurdle is not forgetting a black shadow that I lived with. Okay, that there's no memory with a shadow that doesn't talk to you, mate. There is with your daughter, there is with your children, because you spend time with them and you communicate with them, and you spend hours and hours with them and stuff. You cook for them, you clean for them, you take care of them, you shower them, you put them in their jammies, and you're left with nothing. Your children are the only thing you'll miss, mate, out of your marriage or your relationship. Okay, it's the only thing you'll miss. You won't miss anything else. No. There's nothing to miss. There's nothing, man. There's nothing. Other than that, I'm better. I'm in a better position than I was before. Um, I have nothing that I complain about. I come on and I talk to you about, because I want you to learn. Learn. Okay, otherwise you're going to get deceived. You're going to get deceived. You're going to end up with your heart broken. But other than that, I have nothing. I'm okay. I work a couple of days a week. I got like this part-time job. I got my own little one-bedroom place. I don't have any girlfriend or anything. Like, I'm just not interested, to be honest. I watch maths. Just when I think I want to enter the dating pool, or I just watch maths. And I just realise I don't want to be with any of these chicks, man. I don't want to be with these fucking nutcases, bro. These are nuts. These chicks are fucking nuts. And these guys are not going to have any peace their entire marriage. They're not going to have any peace at all. None. They're not going to be thinking about what they need to do, or staying on their path, or increasing their life, or nothing. Their entire relationship will be drama and fake negative bullshit, and when you don't agree with it, they storm off the way they do. You've seen it all on maths, man. That is real life. That is how they do it. And then, they call you all the different names under the sun, and you've got nothing to do with anything. And they get to the elevator, he tries to get in the elevator, they push him back, and they close the door. And they don't even look back. They don't. They're too busy planning where they're going to go, what they're going to do, who they're going to talk to. They don't care. Don't you understand that? They'll get on the plane happily, bro, and they'll leave you for up to 2 months and not even care. They don't ask you how you're going when they get back. They don't care. They will sit in the bed and they'll just ignore you. They'll ignore you the entire fucking time. Absolutely ignore you. It's like we've gone back 2 months. We're back to where we were before, right? You think the person would be happier coming back. No, man, they're fucking miserable. They're absolutely miserable. They hate fucking this whole, whatever's going on, they hate it. They hate it, bro. So they must be really happy now. Yeah, that's what you think to yourself, right? You think to yourself that. I don't know. See if the whole joint doesn't blow up first, bro. if they don't blow everything up. Well, Ishmael doesn't blow everything up. Wouldn't that be amazing, man, if half of them had been wiped out? Wouldn't that be amazing, bro? Because, like, apparently Bibi's gone. The other Ben Gurion, he's gone. Their brothers have gone. Their family units have gone. Like, apparently it's there's a few of them that have gone, bro. They're no longer in front of the camera. It would be amazing if your big mouth ran you into this war and, it's cost you this much. Because you didn't think it was going to cost you anything. You thought you could just go in, boom, everything, and they're going to give up, and they're going to do exactly what you want, and you can overtake the country, and it's all going to be very quick, and it's not that at all, and it's cost you dearly. Wouldn't that be amazing if it comes out that way? All right? No, I thought she was the most horrible one, Beck. The most horrible of all. The most horrible. And the most one that plans everything. You see how they plan and manipulate? You see how they sit in the back and they plan? The other one that was in charge of her, Gia. Yeah, the real manipulator, the one behind the. But Beck, oh my God, what a horrible. You feel sorry for the bloke, eh? I feel sorry for him. He's just sitting there like a nice English gentleman, Irish gentleman. He's not getting involved. He's not saying a word, but he's got to listen to this. He's got to put. He's got to. There's no joy, mate. Is there? And would the shag be worth it? Like, seriously, you look at her and you think, would it, like, is that the best that, is that what you were thinking, brother? Is that what like, did you really think of it? Like, fucking, so I don't know how they are now. I'd like to look them up on the Google now and see where they are now, right? But the amount of negative stuff that person bring in, they're all negative. All of them. The only one that I thought was half decent was the little one with the dark hair. She's really cute. Said nothing the whole time. Kept her mouth shut. She had style, class, elegance, and they showed her in a G-string on the beach, right? They'll gladly show her body off, right? So, and anyway, she's telling them how much she loves him. And listen to her. Listen to all of her words and how fake they are. I love him. This is my future. The whole thing, right? All the stuff that she's talking about. And on the last fucking thing, on the last episode, if he doesn't move down to Sydney, then it's a breakup. This is a breakup. That's my final thing. If he doesn't want to move to Sydney, how's this going to evolve? And right, he has no choice in anything. None. Has to sit there silently. You have to do what I want, or this gold is going elsewhere. Okay, you're not going to get any more of this gold, right? That's what it's about. That's how they get the power over it. It's the I love yous don't fucking, if there's none of that going on, or she's not kissing you, or she's not cuddling you, she's not all over you, she doesn't cook for you, she doesn't clean for you, she doesn't take care of you, she's not interested in even cleaning your clothes for you, bro, then, yeah, how is that a fucking relationship or a marriage? So, for her, you don't want to move to Sydney, well, we're going to break up. We're going to break up. That's how instantly they can change. And then the floodlights come out, it starts crying a little bit, like it's fucking bullshit. The whole thing. I just started laughing, man. I really did. I started laughing. I thought, these poor blokes, do they actually believe this shit? Do these blokes, they don't believe it, do they? They don't, do they? Just stay on there because it's a show, don't they? Like, they don't actually, but they shag them. All these women get shagged, bro. All of them, every single one of them shagged, okay? It's not like they go on there and they hold. No, mate, they shag, okay? Every single one of them, mate. Like it even got to the point where they were playing smelly fingers there for a little bit, and that got brang up. Like, imagine that, mate. We've progressed so much in our relationship. I might have got 2 fingers instead of 1. Like, fucking imagine that shit, dude. And I remember those days. Man, because it was like a fucking desert, and you'd finally get a little bit of rain, mate. You get a little bit of rain on a Saturday night. It's fucking a little bit lonely, mate. You get a little bit of fucking 20 seconds of fucking action, brother, before it kicks you off, right? I've had enough. There's no more for me, rah, rah, rah. You go to market the next day, mate, and you're bragging to your fucking mate. I finally had a shag. Oh, fuck, mate, it's been a month and a half. I finally got fucking laid last night, bro. Fucking, we're celebrating at the market, mate. Let me buy you a fucking coffee, mate. I swear to God, I used to fucking go and have a laugh with my fucking mates and say, fucking, mate, it's finally. It got to a point for me where, you're over there telling your mates bad things about me, right? You're over there talking shit about me. Yeah, I went to that same mate and said, mate, it's been this long, rah, 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 rah. It doesn't fucking, right? It's on the phone, mate. The minute I've walked away from the stall, it's on the fucking phone. It's on the fucking phone, mate. It's fucking complaining to her, right? It's fucking telling her, right? So as soon as I get home, I get the fucking earful, right? Get the earful, and fucking bang, mate. The next week I get, it's a whole week. And, so you can go to the market on the Sunday and tell everybody you got shagged, right? So the lady come up to me straight away. Did anything happen, right? Yeah, finally, last night. Finally. But that's it. That's it's a celebration, mate. If your girlfriend or your wife bangs you, it's like a celebration in your brain. It's like fucking finally, right? I got a little bit of roses, right? You know what I'm saying? That's their power over you. That's their power. Okay? Now remember, man, it's only for you. That exercise, that's just for you. The next bloke, he doesn't have to do any of that. The next bloke does not have to do any of that. It's going to be fucking, right? It's going to be given over, mate. It's going to be fucking anytime you want, rah, rah. But you know, okay? You know, okay? Trust me, bro. Trust me. It's only for you. It's not, those rules don't apply to everybody. They only apply to you, okay? Thoughts on U.S. war with Iran? Jesus. Well, it's death and destruction. What do you want me to say? That's all you're going to get. That's all that America offers. That's all that Ishmael knows. They're a genocidal regime, hell bent on destroying every country around them. That's basically what they're doing now. And as you know, the US thing doesn't exist anymore. You know, the US government, the USA, America that I know and grew up with does not exist anymore. It doesn't exist. You know, we have United States of Ishmael. That's what we have. We have United States of Ishmael, not United States of America. So you're looking at perpetual war and destruction and just them destroying everything, taking it over, taking land, taking resources. America doesn't offer freedom and democracy. They don't. That's the old America. The new America will bomb a hospital with 160 patients in it, and or what was it, 300 patients or whatever, and destroy the entire building, double tap it. You know, America on its first thing, you know, destroys the schools. You know, that's what it does. It you know. So they're after the maximum destruction of a people, basically. You know, and Ishmael looks at Iran and all of these other countries as Hezbollah. They don't look at it as a country. They look at it as you are this, and the same as they did in GAZA. Everybody's the H word. Women, children, old women, they're all H, every one of them. And that's why we have to do what we're doing. You know, it's for our own protection, okay? And that's why there are so many women and children that are done, okay? And they concentrate on that. And that's what they're doing now in these countries. They are going after those same things, those same targets: hospitals, medics, media, television, you know, knocking down communications, you know, the same thing they do over there. They'll just destroy everything. And it won't matter to them what destruction or who gets what. They don't care. They don't care. You know, they'll just do an investigation. We're doing an investigation. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. Something happened. Someone pushed the wrong button. You know, hey, these things happen. You know, it won't happen again. Bang, another one goes. You know, like they have destroyed 37 fucking 37 HOs over in GAZA. They've destroyed every one of them and double tapped them. So 2 baboons, 2. Okay, so it's a deliberate action. What's it all for? And you know, the oil thing's bullshit. The oil thing's rubbish. America doesn't even use Iranian oil. They have sanctions on everything, so they don't even buy it. You know, the only countries that are buying it are China and Russia, and they're using their own currency. So that's why America's going there, is because they're going to try and stop that from happening, because it's not being used by the American dollar. So they'll do whatever they can to get that back on track, and they'll use any excuse they can. And it doesn't matter to them how many lives get lost or what bases get destroyed or what destruction there is. They will go all out to make sure that American dollar is sold with oil, all out, because they're a petrodollar. They're a petrodollar. So without that control over the petro, you know, they don't have control, buddy. Also, why would they need these countries need American bases if they can't even control Iran? Why would they need protection? They've already proven that they have no protection. They're getting bombarded everywhere, every single one of these bases. So hopefully all of these countries will turn and get rid of these bases out of their countries, man. Get rid of them, okay? Because they're not really doing any value at all, except surrounding this country. You know, it's for a bigger picture. You know, like there's a bigger picture, man, to it. Like these people sit in round tables, man, 2 years down the track planning. I'm serious. Like they plan everything, right down to everything. You know, and there's another map. It's on my TikTok. I'm pretty sure I reposted the video. But it's this technical analysis person, and he says that people think that Trump is, you know, protecting the Western democracies and Western world and our picture of the world, our map of the world. And in reality, That is not what's going on. That's what he wants. That's what the US government and all these governments want people to think they are. But in their world, they've got the world tied up to 10 regions. 10 regions, okay? So, or like Venezuela, Cuba, yeah, that's part of the North American Union or South America, something like that. You need to look. I only watched the video. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I'm saying to you, that's why they wanted Venezuela, and that's why they're going after Cuba. Like Trump has said, we're going into Cuba. We're going in. So he's going to take it over. The reason is because he's on a board. You know this board of peace? Well, there's 10 members. Okay? Now, apparently, there are going to be a delegation or a one person representing each one of these unions in the world. And they're going to come there and they will tell them how they should run their union, what they should do in their country. And Trump is going to be a lifetime member of it, originating person of it, whatever. So even if he gets kicked out of office, he's going to have control through this. That is why Trump is going all out to get this fucking country, because that part of the region, they need that country. Otherwise, they can't formulate the union they want. I know it sounds, but I'm telling you, it's the truth. Okay? Because you know how Luciferians are. They like to have their own shit going on. So they'll leave you in your own little fucking dream world telling you this is what's going on. But in reality, they've got their own fucking shit going on, mate, you know? And that's what this is. That's what this is. This is in order for him, if he gets out, that he'll always be in control. Because he'll be a lifetime member of the Peace Board who has control over peace. Can you imagine it? Fuck, these people they elect, mate, are just absolute warmongers, and they call themselves the Peace Board. But each one of them are warmongers. They're just, that's all they know is war. And Jared Kushner, he's there to clean it all up and to sell the real estate. And the other guy in there, he's doing this. They all serve a purpose, mate, to come in and take over the country. So that's what this is all about. I know it sounds weird, but Trump does not give a flying rat's ass about America, or that's truth. And he doesn't care about the Iranian people, mate. Give me a break. You think he cares about democracy in fucking Iran? Fucking hell, man. Give me a fucking break, dude. He doesn't give a shit about he doesn't care about no fucking democracy over in Iran. I mean, if he doesn't care about his own people, bro. You see in America lately? Fuck, mate, come on. And that's why they're importing as many as they can, mate, of these fucking muzzies. Okay, to give you something to think about at home while he's doing all this shit overseas. All I see is American lives dying. Just American lives just wasted, you know? You know what I mean? Like, just death and destruction in order to take over a country, put it back onto a banking system, which I thought I was just, surmising. And then I watched the video and it showed me the regions of the world and what their plans are. So yeah, I was just a week behind, basically. I said that a week ago, and then this week I watch a video, the 10 regions of the world, and what Trump's plan is, and who controls these regions, and who controls and what happens with these members. They come and visit the Peace Board, and the Peace Board tells them what to do. This is their plan to take over the fucking world, bro. And you know the one world government? Yeah, the Peace Board. You see, Peace Board, one world government. And then they got their delegates in the different those delegates come and they tell them what to do, right? A one world government where they tell the rest of the world what to do. Okay? So it's all, I know. It's a freak out, right? But shit, dude, they actually believe this stuff. They believe this prophecy stuff. They believe it all, man. Okay, and they're trying to usher in the Messiah or whatever it is, Messiah, their version of Christ, which is the Antichrist. It's not the Christ. That's the disgusting thing, man, is Ishmael does all this in the name of God. In the name of God. Ishmael and USA does it all too in the name of God. In the name of God they do all this. In the name of their religion they do it all. But behind closed doors, man, they're Luciferian. They're Luciferian, man. Okay, they really are. All of them are. Okay, they all do it. Yeah, they're all part of the club. Maybe that's what George Carlin meant. They've got a club and you're not in it. That's basically it. They're in a big club and you're not invited. Okay. um, the greater Israeli thing is the land. The map. I've got to be careful what I say, man. Okay, because my streams get taken down, or they get 18 plus, or they get yellowed. So but their greater plan is the Ishmael map. The land map. Look it up, and look up what they've taken from Lebanon, and then look at the map. It matches perfectly, man. It seriously does. These people contacted another country and said you need to evacuate all of this area, whatever the whole fucking region, because we're going to come in. We're going to be babooming the whole area. So they moved everybody out, and they just went in and took over the land. They don't need to baboom anything because they've told them to go, and they left. There's no army. There's no one protecting Lebanon, mate. It's open slather. So they just come in and they take over. They put a fence up. They put a thing up. They put a settlement in. They get a couple of kids running around with the little fucking things, right? And that's it. To them, they own it. They own it. It's theirs. And that's the idea, to get this, the bigger picture done. The Israel map picture, the land. I'm not in Australia. You're not allowed to even say those words. From this to this, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed. Okay, I could get into trouble for saying that. There's a kid already doing a year's jail, man. A year's jail because he said that on a microphone, and it's regarded as anti-Semitic if you say that. See, they've got the new laws here. They've got the new laws, and they're completely covered. Not as bad as the laws they've got in England for Muslims. They've taken over, man. They've taken over. They've taken over, man. Like big time. Like I thought it was bad a couple of months ago. It's 10 times worse now. It's really, really, really bad. They got their own Muslim council now. Muslim council. And a Muslim MP stood up in British Parliament, and he said, "We've got these new, anti-Islam laws, right? But they only cover outside. So he wants them to cover inside Parliament. So now the MPs can't even have an opinion about anything that's going on outside. That's the power they want now. You see how they push it and push it. So it's, they've got the anti things outside, everyone, me and you, that are governed by. It doesn't exist in Parliament. In Parliament, they're allowed to question, they're allowed to bring up, because it's Parliament. So now they're complaining, there's MPs, Muslim MPs in Parliament complaining that you're allowed to say this rah-rah, which outside would be regarded as anti-rah-rah. So we want these laws instituted inside now. So now it'll get to a point where the MPs won't even be allowed to make a comment on anything. It'll be regarded as Islamophobia. That's what they'll put it down to. Basically, this is what happens when you put these people in power. Your inclusion and your DEI and your liberty and your rights and all of that, they don't exist under Sharia. They just don't exist. They only exist in your world. So they'll use your democracy against you. They will use your democracy against you until there is no democracy. There won't be any democracy. It'll be Sharia. And there is no democracy under Sharia. And that's what they want. And then they won't even be happy then. They will still be complaining about fucking, it's the same in Australia. You got those 3 senators here. It's systematic, it's everywhere we go. It's everyone we talk to. Every Australian is Islamophobia. That's how they get their power. That's how they get power. They keep fucking screaming how, until they get more power, more laws passed in their benefit. And then there is no democracy. It doesn't exist. There is no rights. There's no nothing. except that, you know. And then you look it up. Go and have a look at Yemen. Go and have a look at Afghanistan. Go and have a look at these fucks, mate. You know, they want us to turn into that. That's what they want. They want this greater fucking society that we built to turn into the shithole that they fucking left. I mean, cop that shit. You take these ideas up, you're like taking society back to where they are. Back to where they are. You want us to turn into them. Look at the fucking society, mate. Look at it. I watched a video yesterday. Some little kid. He looked like he was 10, something like that. He was only young. Islamic kid. I don't know, his father. I'm presuming that's his father. His father was dragging him through the street by the hair. A little boy. Dragging him. A guy followed him with a camera. Stood back, followed him with a camera. He drags him into a room, into a house, into a room. Guy looks behind the door, is filming him. And this guy's got a fucking pole. Like a cane, a thick cane. And he's whacking into this kid, man. You've got no idea. Like, really, really, you know, all over the body. The kid's running all over the floor. He's just, okay, non-stop, you know. That's what they are. You know, I watched another video. There's a crowd of Islamic women with the hijab on in a room. And it must be the husband who walks in or father walks in, I don't know. And he's got a cane in his hand. And he's just fucking into all of them. Every single one of them. He's just fucking whacking into them. That's the real, there it is right there. That's the reality. Because they've got no power. They don't exist. They're fucking animals to them. See, the women, they're not real women. They regard them as, you know, less than animals, sheep, cow, dog. That's how they look at them. So that's why they treat them the way they do. I watched the video. You can't tell me that I'm lying, because I watched the guy do it. Okay? So they want to turn us into that. And I love these liberal fucking Muslims over here, man. You know, I'm pretty much into them on TikTok. I don't know if you've noticed me or not. You know, like a mate, I'm pretty much into them. You know, like I pay out them a little bit. I really do, because their dawa, their fake words, and taqiyya, their lies and their deception. You know, hey, I just got divorced from the fucking best liar and deception in the world, mate. So your shit ain't gonna work on me. It's fucking water off a duck's back, mate, compared. Fucking, I just went through the biggest fucking shit. Your dawa doesn't work on the dobby, mate. It doesn't work. So I've been having fun with that, and they fucking hate it. Because all they can do, boys, is threaten you. That's all they can do. That's all they fucking know. Because the minute that you debate them, they lose. They lose, okay? And they revert to the sword. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. You know? So they threaten you. That's how they get it over. They don't want you. You're not allowed. They'll come in and do whatever harm they can to you, rather than actually talk about their own fucking book, okay? Our book doesn't say that. Our book doesn't say, you know, when they disagree with you, grab a sword, okay? Yeah, Christians don't. That's not in the book, okay? So that's what they've got it over you. There was this big bikey guy on fucking TikTok, man, threatening people. Threatening them, man. Physical bodily harm. You know, physical bodily harm. Because a Muslim left. He left the thing and went to Christianity. And he was talking about his experience. He didn't say anything bad, man, I swear. He didn't say nothing. He was just talking about his own testimony. That's what we call it in Christianity. His own testimony on how he found the path, you know, found Jesus and stuff like that. And the Muzzies have gotten really offended. Like, they are threatening him, man, with physical harm. Rah, rah, rah. You know, like, seriously. Yeah. I don't know what's been going on with Spaniard or whatever, but they threatened Spaniard. They were going to go after Spaniard because he did a testimony on TikTok. He was asked by a Christian man, you know, how did you find the Lord? You know, why did you go Christian? So he just explained his journey, that's all. And honestly, dude, if you're going to follow any kind of anything, I don't know why you would follow a warlord. That's how I see the bloke, man, just from a normal perspective, outside perspective, without, and reading the actual book, or listening to people that are reading the book, like they're debating other people, and they're using their own book, and they fucking hate it. They absolutely hate it, and a lot of this stuff they don't even know. Like, this is the first time they've actually read their own fucking book, because you're not allowed to fucking question it when you're in it. You've just got to listen to whatever he's telling you, and you just believe, just believe, just believe. Don't question anything. Not allowed to question it. Whereas with the Christianity guy, he's welcoming the questions. He's welcoming it. He'll take you straight to the passages. He'll take you straight to this. He'll take you to the two different books, and he'll show you the two different books. And he says, and then they come up with that's corrupted and this is corrupt. You know what I mean? But in their own book, they've got to come to our books, man, to confirm their book. They've got to come to us to confirm their book. So that's pretty much over for them. Just that alone, for me, in my brain, was enough. That it is written in their book. You have to come to us to confirm your scriptures or whatever you think is not right, because it's already written. It's there. It's there. Our book doesn't say that. Our book doesn't say, if you're confused about whatever's going on, then refer to this book over here to get confirmation. Yeah, our book doesn't have that. And I hate how they're saying they're using that we follow Jesus, and he's this, that, and the other. No, he is not. That's just absolute rubbish. They're using that now. It's called Qian. So just so in case you don't know, they're allowed to lie. They are allowed to lie. It's part of their book to further their ideology. They are allowed to lie to you. Okay? You're not allowed to lie. You've got the Christian book, right? You're not allowed to lie. Okay? Where they're allowed to lie. They're allowed. Even while they've got the passage in their own language, mate. And the guy says, read what it says. So the guy starts reading out in his own language, right? Right? The guy says, hang on a minute, you forgot this word, didn't you? You left this word out. What does this word say right here? And it completely blows the Muslim out. You see, because that word is what mattered. Not all the rest of it you read, only the word you skipped over. You didn't want to read that part of it, because that confirmed what the Christian was saying, you see? So he left that out. The Christian could speak or read Arabic. He could read it. So he pulled him up on it. They're fucking liars, mate. They're liars and deceivers. Who lies and deceives? Who is the king of all liars and deceives? He is. You're not even allowed to say his name on here, mate. They fucking complain. But in their own book, he is the greatest of all deceivers. He is. Okay? Who else is the greatest of all deceivers? Who else do you know that lies? Who else do you know that lives in lust? Because they live in lust, mate. I thought that but they're 10 times as bad. Like, they really live in lust. What does a man get when he dies? What does a woman get under your book? What do you get? As a Muslima, when you die, what do you get? You get a husband. That's what you get. You get a husband. You don't get paradise, okay? You get a husband. And apparently, you get 72 V cards, and anytime you actually write the V card, it gets replaced. So they're non-stop V card. And you've got 72 of them. There's no big thing about whatever, you're living in peace and harmony. Right? It is a completely asexual thing, right? It's a lustful ideology. And that's what gets them in, is the lust part of it. The control over the women part of it. You can have four with a ring on it. You can have as many S-slaves as you want. You can have as many S-slaves as you want, unlimited S-slaves. You can have 4. Now the man himself, Mr. Moo, we'll call him Mr. Moo, he had 13. 13, brother. Or was it 11? I think it was 11 now. Wait a minute, it's 11. He had 11. And he could do them all in one day. All in one night. He could do all of them. And he doesn't have to shower. He doesn't shower in between. No, he waits until the end to have a shower. Okay? But he's so lustful that he can do all 11. Who else does it remind you of? Have a think about it, man. Think about it in the bigger picture. Who else has those traits? You know? What other god has those traits? Or not a god, but have a think about it, right? Think about this, man. You know? Think about this. Imagine that there is an All-Father, that is there. And he creates the sun, comes down, does what he does, okay? Goes back up again. You've got the formation of God and heaven, and you've got the one that's cast out. Cast out. Now he gets thrown down to where we are, and he becomes the Lord of the earth. He becomes the Lord of here. That is how we get Dijin, ghosts, devils, right? Now imagine that it goes down that way. Imagine. And you've got this angel, this fucking thing,